Señor General de División, Diplomado de Estado Mayor, Marco Antonio Álvarez Reyes, Presidente del Consejo de Delegados de la
General
Junta
of
Interamericana de
Division,
Defensa.
Reyes, President
Señor
of the
Mayor Brigadeiro
Council of
Duarte,
Delegates,
Fuerza Aérea
also
Brasileña,
from the Air
Flavio
Force of
Luis
Brazil,
Oliveira Pinto,
Flavio Luis de Oliveira
Director General
Pinto,
de la
General
Secretaría de la
Director
Junta
of the
Interamericana de
Secretary of
Defensa.
the IADB.
Señor Mayor General,
Mr.
Ejército
Mayor
de los Estados
General
Unidos,
from the Army
Richard
of the
Haycam,
United States,
Director del
Richard
Colegio
Haycam,
Interamericano de
Director
Defensa.
of the IADC.
Damas y caballeros,
Ladies and
delegados de los
gentlemen,
países
delegates
miembros y
from the member
observadores
countries
de
and
la Junta
observers of the
Interamericana de Defensa
IADB
que nos acompañan en forma
who are
presencial
joining
y
us
virtual.
in person and virtually.
Señores representantes de las importantes
Dear
organizaciones
representatives
e
of all the
instituciones
organizations and
internacionales
international
que el día de
institutions
hoy nos acompañan en
who
forma
are
virtual.
joining us today virtually,
Ministerio de Defensa de Perú,
Ministry of Defense of
miembros de la
Peru,
Organización de
members
Estados
of the
Americanos,
OAS,
Colegio Interamericano de Defensa,
IADC,
Centro de Estudios de Defensa
Center
Hemisférica
of Studies
William
of
Perry,
Hemisphere
organizaciones
Studies,
promotoras de
William Perry,
cooperación en el hemisferio,
organizations who promote
Fuerzas
cooperation
Armadas,
in the
Policía
Hemisphere,
Nacional
armed forces,
y
national
fuerzas de
polices,
seguridad de cada uno de los
and
países
security
miembros y
forces of all of
observadores
the
de la
member
junta.
countries and observers of the
Estimada
IADB.
audiencia que nos acompaña en
Dear
forma
audience who is
presencial,
joining us in
asistentes
person
a través de los
and
medios
attendance
virtuales
through
y
virtual
nuestro
means
canal de YouTube.
and our YouTube channel.
Tengan todos ustedes muy buenos días.
Good morning to
Soy
you
el
all.
coronel de la Fuerza
I am
Aérea del Perú,
Colonel of the Air
Luis
Force
Tolmo
of Peru,
Valdivia,
Luis Tolmo
jefe de
Valdivia,
la sección de cooperación
Chief of the
hemisférica
section
y
of
jefe de la
Hemisphere
sección amenazas
Cooperation
emergentes de
and
la Junta
also of the
Interamericana de Defensa.
emerging threats of the
Desde la
IADB.
histórica Casa del Soldado,
From the
en esta
historic Casa del
oportunidad
Soldado,
les
in this
brindaré la orientación
opportunity, I will
administrativa.
provide the administrative
Como primer punto,
orientation. As the first
anunciaré
point,
para el
I will
público presente
announce
en la
for
sala
the
del Consejo de
audience
Delegados
present in the
las medidas de
room
seguridad
of the Council
en
of
caso de
Delegates
alguna
the
emergencia.
security measures in case of
Nos
emergency.
encontramos en el segundo piso
We are in
en
the
la sala
second floor in room
de la Casa del
204
Soldado.
of La Casa del
Este
Soldado.
ambiente cuenta con dos
This
rutas de
environment has
evacuación
two
al lado
evacuation
izquierdo y
routes
una
to the
al lado
left
derecho.
and one exit route
Asimismo, si
to the
alguien se
right.
siente mal,
If
comunique
anybody is
inmediatamente
feeling
para coordinar
ill,
su
please
asistencia.
communicate it immediately
El
so that we
seminario de
can
flujos
provide
migratorios en el
assistance.
hemisferio
This
ha
seminar
sido
of
organizado
migratory
por la
flows has been
Interamericana de
organized by the
Defensa en
IADB
cumplimiento al
in
al plan de
compliance
trabajo
with the work plan
2024,
IADB
en
2024,
concordancia
in
con los mandatos de la
accordance
Organización de
with
los
the
Estados
mandates from the
Americanos,
OAS,
teniendo como objetivo
and having as an
analizar y
objective to
discutir el rol de
analyze
las
and
Fuerzas
discuss the
Armadas
role
en la
of the armed
gestión de los flujos
forces
migratorios en el
in the
sistema
management of
interamericano,
migratory flows,
cobrando una gran relevancia debido al
being
incremento de
very
esta
relevant
actividad
due to the
y la
increase of this
necesidad de una
activity
respuesta
and the need
coordinada
for
de
a
todas las
coordinated response
organizaciones,
from all of the
lo que
organizations.
permitirá al público
This will allow the
participante
public
tomar
to
conocimiento de las buenas prácticas y
have some
acciones
knowledge on the
aprendidas
good
que vienen
practices and
desarrollando
lessons learned
nuestros
that have
países
been
hermanos.
developed by our countries,
Este
member
importante
countries.
evento tendrá
This
como
very important
moderadora
event
a la
will
señora
have as a
coronel
moderator
pedagogo de la
Madam
Fuerza
Colonel
Aérea
from the Air
Dominicana,
Force of
Adamilcar Rodríguez
Dominican
Martínez,
Republic, Adamilcar
asesora y
Rodriguez.
profesora
She is an
asistente
advisor
del
and
Colegio
assistant
Interamericano de
professor of the
Defensa,
IADC,
quien tendrá a cargo la conducción
and
del
she will be in
seminario de flujos
charge to
migratorios en
conduct
el
this
hemisferio.
seminar of
La coronel
migratory flows
Adamilcar
in the
Rodríguez
hemisphere.
posee
Colonel
una
Adamilcar
sólida
Rodriguez
formación
has a very
académica,
solid academic training,
licenciatura en Derecho y en
a
Educación,
degree in
mención
law
Ciencias
and
Sociales,
education in
maestrías en
social
Ciencias en
studies,
Defensa y Seguridad Hemisférica,
and
en
also a
Defensa y Seguridad
master's in
Nacional,
defense and
en
hemisphere
Administración y
security,
Gestión de Centros Educativos,
in
en
administration and
Evaluación
management
Educativa
of
y en
schools,
Ciencias Penales,
also
especialidad en
in
Derechos
penal
Humanos y Derecho
sciences, a
Internacional
specialty
Humanitario
in
y en
humanitarian law,
Gestión Administrativa.
and another one in
Además,
administrative
ha
management.
cursado más de 50
She
programas de
has also
actualización en
been in
diversas áreas,
50 courses
incluyendo
of different
educación,
areas,
derecho,
including education, law,
ciberseguridad, derechos humanos y
cybersecurity,
derecho
human
internacional
rights,
humanitario.
and international
En
humanitarian
su
law.
carrera profesional,
In her
ha
professional
ocupado
career,
importantes
she has
cargos en
been
la
in
Fuerza
different
Aérea, el
positions in
Ministerio de
the Air
Educación de la
Force and
República
in the Ministry
Dominicana,
of Education of the Dominican
destacándose como
Republic.
directora regional de educación
She has been the regional
encargada de
director of
relaciones
education in
públicas,
charge of public
personal y
relations,
directora de nivel
personnel,
secundario
and
en la
also
base aérea
director
de
of the
Puerto Plata,
secondary level in Puerto
asesora y
Plata.
profesora asistente en
She
el
has
Colegio
been an
Interamericano
assistant
de Defensa
professor in the
en Washington,
IADC
D.C.
in Washington,
Ha
D.C.
sido docente en varias
She has been
universidades
a teacher
dominicanas
for
y
different
profesora
universities
observadora
in the
en el
Dominican
ejercicio
Republic,
Trial Advocacy Workshops
and
en la
also she
Universidad de Harvard,
was in the exercise of Harvard
Massachusetts.
in
Mi coronel,
Massachusetts.
cedo a usted el auditorio.
My Colonel, the floor is yours. Thank you, dear Colonel Luis Tolmos Valdivia, from the Air Force of Peru and General Coordinator of the seminar of migratory flows in the hemisphere. For me, it is an honor and a pleasure, again, to share with you this moment, which is so important and such an important event. Now I say good morning to all of the leadership from the IADB and to all the personnel, the administrative personnel of the IADB, the panelists, the presenters, and the audience, friends from the press. It is a pleasure to be with you in this very significant moment, addressing this very interesting topic and cross-cutting topic and very important for the entire hemisphere. I will quote the former president of the United States, George Washington. I always had the hope that this land will become a safe haven for the virtuous part and persecuted part of humanity, whichever nation they belong to. With this phrase, I repeat to you my thanks for being here in this seminar for migratory flows in the hemisphere. Next, I will present the Division General, Marco Antonio Alvarez Reyes. He is the President of the Council of Delegates of the IADB, and he will be providing the welcome words. General Marco Antonio is a Mexican military personnel, and he was born in San Luis Potosí. He came into the military school in 1979. He graduated as subtenant in 1983. And he has served for the Mexican Army for more than 44 years. During his career, he has been in different roles, such as commander in units, and also he has been in strategic areas and educational areas within the Army. The General Alvarez, floor is yours.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning.
Bienvenidos a este seminario de flujos migratorios en el
Welcome
hemisferio.
to this seminar of migratory flows in the hemisphere. In the name of the OAS, of the Commission of Hemisphere Security, and everybody who is a member of the IADB, and specifically of Mayor Brigadero Flavio Luis de Oliveira Pinto, also General Richard Haycam from the US, and also Director of the Council of Delegates that I preside here, from the Casa del Soldado in Washington, in the United States of America. Thank you for joining us in this event, which will allow us to have alternatives in order to take care of this challenge. It is an honor to begin this event that will gather experts from different organizations and countries in order to address one of the most urgent issues in our nations, migratory flows in the hemisphere. Immigration is a very complex phenomenon that has acquired very high importance due to different reasons, between them regional conflicts, natural disasters, climate change, among others. And therefore, it is basic to have spaces such as this, where we can analyze and share experiences, lessons learned, and especially the sensitivity to take care of these challenges in a coordinated way, always preserving human integrity of each of our nations, since we are part of a continent. During the seminar, we will have the participation of presenters who are specialists in this topic, and they will offer this overview of the current situation and the responses that have been implemented. We will also have the valuable participation of the following organizations: the OAS, the IADC, the Center of Studies for Defense, Hemisphere Defense, William Perry, the Network of Experts, Latin American Experts, the Institute from Venezuela, MAS 58, and members from the Dominican Republic, and also the School of National Defense of Honduras. This seminar will give us the opportunity to strengthen the bonds of cooperation, of sharing knowledge and lessons learned that can be implemented in this area in each of our nations, thereby generating best practices in order to deal with these challenges, the migratory challenges in our continent. I wish that these sessions are enriching, productive, and that this seminar is just the first step of many in our joint mission of driving the strengthening of trust, cooperation in security and defense, as well as motivating us to persist in continuing to build a shared future of peace and development that will be translated in well-being to our people, prioritizing always the multilateral context with collective responses. And finally, I wish to express my sincere thanks to all of the organizers and cooperators of this event for their constant commitment in these areas of projection and implementation of strategies in order to take care of the migratory flows, for your dedication in order to make this seminar possible. And in the same way, and especially, I want to thank the personnel of logistics for their valuable contribution. I wish that this seminar reaches the main objectives that have been established, and it also invites us to innovate in the future, to prepare actions, concrete actions of cooperation and regional integration. Thank you for your participation. I wish you success. Thanks to you, my General of Division, Alvarez. And I don't want to let the opportunity pass by. And in the name of the members of the IADB and from the kind audience who is joining us this morning in the historic Casa del Soldado, I want to congratulate you for your promotion to Division General. Congratulations in the name of all of the entities of the IADB, from the OAS and other organisms who support the IADB, all of the personnel and members of the Hemisphere. Congratulations and success in your new promotion. It is an honor now to present the General Division from the Army of Peru, retired Walter Astudillo Chavez. He is Minister of Defense of the Republic of Peru, and he will be providing the opening remarks for this very important seminar of migratory flows in the Hemisphere. The Division General from the Army of Peru, Walter Astudillo Chavez, is the current Ministry of Defense of Peru. He assumed this position on February 13 of 2024. Prior to being minister, he was the second commander of the 2nd Division of the Army and director of the Center of High Studies, National High Studies in the post-degree school. He was born in San Jacinto, Nepeña, in Peru. He has a very wide experience in the military and academic. He graduated from military sciences in the military school of Chorrillo, also a master in strategic planning and decision-making in the Superior School of War of the Army, and he has a doctorate of management by the University Alas, Peruan. Minister Walter Astudillo Chavez, the floor is yours. I am glad to address you, ladies and gentlemen, participants of this very important seminar of migratory flows focused on the basis of the principles in the Constitutive Act of the UN, who is promoting humane immigration that is done in an orderly manner in order to benefit all of the member states. Taking into consideration that the security of the hemisphere has a multidimensional approach, it is important to make these type of events, to organize these events, to determine what the impact will be of the migratory flows in the political factors, economical, social, environmental, and health aspects. We need to keep into account that these new challenges are going to require the cooperation and coordination of the states for the strengthening of mechanisms that are looking for peaceful solutions to this type of issues that are so relevant and complex. The lessons learned and the reality that we are living in the countries of the region will be of a lot of importance in order to prevent actions of emergencies, taking care of emergencies, and in receiving people who are in a situation of vulnerability, considered as migrators or refugees, immigrants or refugees, and taking into consideration that the armed forces are normally, their goal is to guarantee the sovereignty and territorial integrity. It is very important to prepare and train its members in order to face this challenge in a very fast and effective way, with the protocol knowledge, humanitarian protocol knowledge that ensure respect and protection of the rights of the immigrants, which will strengthen the trust of the international community. As far as our capacity of managing the migratory flows in a fair and effective way, in order to achieve an orderly management and humane management of immigration. And therefore, it is required to have international cooperation in order to find practical solutions. And we will appreciate this. We will get to see this during the seminar because we have the participation of different organizations and presenters from different countries, with the conviction that the countries of the region are doing the efforts in order to reach a common goal in international management based on collective comprehension, recognizing that nobody can drive this in an efficient way if we do it individually. The participation of each of you, sharing and discussing the lessons learned, experiences, and good practices will be basic in order to face in an effective way the migratory challenges that are being presented. Thank you very much. Mr. General of Division of the Army of Peru, Walter Astudillo Chavez, Minister of Defense of the Republic of Peru. In the name of the IADB and our kind audience who is joining us in person or virtually, we want to thank you for your opening remarks of this very important event. Your words make us reflect on the actions that have been made in our hemisphere related to immigration due to different reasons. Thank you very much. I would like to also quote the 36th President of the United States, Lyndon Johnson, who declared, "The land flourished because it was fed from different sources. It also was fed by different cultures and people." It is a joy for the organizers of the seminar to express that right now more than 4,000 participants are joining us from 36 countries. And we send them a very warm greeting. During the seminar, you may send your questions through the messages in the YouTube channel. And these will be solved by each presenter when they finish their presentations. After the first 4 presentations, we will have a break of 10 minutes. Margaret Kude established and said once, I quote, "Immigration is a characteristic of globalization. It cannot be stopped." With this phrase, I will present our first presenter, Dr. Inés Echevarría, a specialist in the section of Security and Justice of the Department of Public Security of the OAS. Her work is centered in supporting the member states in the formulation and implementation of public policies oriented to strengthening the systems of justice, the jail systems, and the modernization of the police forces in the region. Also, she promotes the strengthening of the capabilities of research, police research, and judicial research. Among them, the crimes related to immigration, such as traffic of people trafficking. And he also worked in Mexico as an advisor of the Subsecretary of Foreign Affairs, as well as with the Governance Secretary. And she worked solving cases of refugees in the Mexican Commission to aid refugees. She has a degree on law from the University of Toulouse, and she has a master's in international law by the University of Utrecht, and in public rights and human rights by the University of Paris, 10 Nanterre. So we welcome her with the topic, Challenges of Security in Immigration, a regional perspective. Dr. Inés Echavarría, good morning. Welcome, and the floor is yours. Thank you. Very nice. Minister of Defense from the Republic of Peru, Astudillo Chavez, also Álvarez Reyes, President of the Council of Delegates of the IADB, Mayor Brigadeiro de Oliveira Pinto, General Director of the Secretary of the IADB, Mayor General Heikamp, Director from the IADC, Colonel Tolmos Valdivia, Advisor of the IADB. Dear participants, good morning to all of you. I am glad to be here today and to participate in this panel with this very relevant topic for the region, the migratory flows in the Hemisphere and the challenges associated to security in the context of human mobility. I want to thank, in the name of the Director of the Department of Public Security, Stephen Geiner, and also the IADB for this invitation to participate in this seminar. Without a doubt, our presence in this space shows that we have a shared interest in contributing from different areas to the strengthening of cooperation in order to address immigration from a regional perspective, an integrated perspective. We are convinced that these spaces are essential in order to promote dialogue between the different countries, providing innovative solutions for the long term to address this regional priority that is shared. Latin America and the Caribbean have been historically a region that has been marked by immigration that have molded our nations and are basic to define their future. Immigration is a phenomenon that definitely links our societies and contributes to the economic development of the destination countries and enriches the cultural diversity. However, there's a lot of opportunities. The current migratory dynamic makes us face very important challenges that require innovative solutions in the entire migration cycle, since they go out until they return, the migrators. So therefore, now more than ever, we need a migratory management that facilitates coordination and cooperation between governments and relevant actors, and to fight the crimes related to migration, and also to promote the stabilization of the migrators and elevate their contributions. First, I would like to reflect on the trends, the migratory trends in our region, the growing interregional mobility and the security challenges associated to these movements. Afterwards, I will share some aspects of the work that the public security sector has done in order to help the member countries to face these migration challenges, specifically people trafficking, and also to strengthen the institutional capabilities and cooperation to prevent, investigate, and combat both crimes, and to protect and assist its victims. As far as migratory context, according to the... last slide. Thank you. Thank you. So according with estimations from the UN, there has been a persistent increase of international migration for the last 20 years. The flows are ever more diverse and complex, and there has been impacts in the economic, social, cultural, political areas of the origin countries, the transiting and destination and return countries. The migratory movements in a region include a diversity of profiles. There have been economic migrants, refugees, people who are requesting their condition as refugees, people who have been a victim of people trafficking, minors who are unaccompanied, etc. So this reality forces us to adopt cross-cutting solutions and emphasizing on the more vulnerable people. I also want to mention that according to the numbers, women are 48% of migrators at a global level. And there's more women who are immigrating alone. Their gender, their sexual identity are molding each phase of the migratory experience. So in that sense, the women who belong to the LGBT community plus community, they are more vulnerable to the exploitation during the mobility process, and they may face discrimination according to their context of migration. Next, please. In Latin America and the Caribbean, the intra-regional migration has increased. Between 2000 and 2020, there has been the biggest growth of interregional migration, 72% according to data from CEPAL. And this is responding to transitions, economic, political, and social transformations that have reconfigured the traditional patterns of mobility. A lot of countries were expellers, and now they are receptors. And there has been a change in the last few years because normally people are going to the United States and Europe in the last year, and this flow is persistent for the last decades. But now Latin America and the Caribbean are now being part of this very circle of migratory. And also the situation in Venezuela has provoked that more than 7 million people have left the country. Most of them, more than 6.5 million people, have been taken in countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. So in that sense, the growing cost of life, the unemployment rates that are ever more increasing have made this the vulnerability of the people from Venezuela increase. According from the interagency platform of Venezuelan migrators, these people have fallen into poverty. They don't have basic services. They don't have basic food, place to live, among others. So a lot of these people are vulnerable to be a victim of people trafficking, or they need to migrate again, and thereby generating a second dynamic of migration. Also, there's a coexistence with migratory traditional flows. For example, Haitians who go to Dominican Republic, Nicaraguans who go to Costa Rica, and this is still relevant in these dynamics. There's challenges for the governments and the communities who receive people, and they also present a significant opportunity to develop the region in contributing to the economic development in order to expand productivity. Next, please. The migrations in our region have different causes: economic inequality, social inequality, environmental disasters, climate change, conflicts and persecution, and violations of human rights. Climate change in particular is emerging as a very determining factor of human mobility. Events such as droughts, storms, and other phenomena are forcing a lot of people to abandon their homes. So this highlights the need to incorporate climate considerations in the policies and security policies. There are other attraction factors such as better work opportunities, support networks, the possibility of reunifying families, and they play a very important role in migratory decisions. Next, please. The migratory flows in Latin America and the Caribbean are characterized by the irregularity. There's high levels of vulnerability during and after the process of migration. This situation, combined with insecurity levels and vulnerability levels in the regions makes them vulnerable to be victims to kidnapping, people trafficking, sexual abuse, and even homicide. During their journey, the migrators are exposed to multiple forms of violence and abuse. According to data of the IOM, there were thousands of cases of migrators who disappeared in the continent, most of them using irregular routes, going through deserts and jungles in extreme conditions. These numbers reflect the importance to strengthen the legal routes and safe routes for immigration and also the frameworks of protection. In the destination countries, the barriers to access the migratory regulation limit the inclusion of the migrators, and they may be facing difficulties to have access to a decent job and other essential services, which increases their poverty and their vulnerability. The vulnerability of the migrators comes out of this very complex interaction between individual factors. There are circumstances during the routes and in the destination countries that puts them at risk, and also individual factors such as age, gender, race, nationality, disability, or health state may also make this vulnerability even more serious. This has an influence on the risk that they face and also their access to basic services. So in this context, I will share some aspects of the work that the Public Security Department of the OAS is doing in order to support the member states. I will only be focusing on 4 different axes: the promotion on and support on prevention strategies, the strengthening of human capabilities and institutional capabilities in order to combat the crimes related to migration, and also the promotion of formulation and execution of policies in order to protect and assist the people in the context of mobility, particularly the people who are vulnerable, and also promoting regional cooperation in matters of immigration. As far as prevention, in the first place, it is basic to treat the structural causes of migration, such as violence, inequality, corruption, among others, and to cooperate with different actors in order to create conditions and long-term programs that will allow the communities and the people to live with security and dignity in their own countries. Also, something that we are driving from the OAS is the promotion and support of strategies on the different crimes related to migration. For example, the Department of Public Security implemented the program Allies Against People Trafficking, a response against people trafficking in Ecuador. From 2020 to 2023, this program had a very an approach on prevention and also promoting the technical assistance to adopt a new law against people trafficking and illicit trafficking of migrants. It also allowed to sensitize the population and also make the people aware through campaigns, work tables at a local level, and all of these collective initiatives that involved kids, teenagers, adults, professionals from different areas, communication means, civil society, and other organizations. Next, please. As you can see in these pictures, the communication reached almost more than 5 million people in the country. More than 3,000 people were involved in different activities. And many people in Ecuador were made aware of this topic. Next, please. Also, the Public Security Department implemented this program to strengthen the norms for prevention of sexual violence against women and children in the countries of the Americas. And this phase of the project was centered in Panama and Santa Lucia and contributed to the improvement of the law framework that address the crimes that migrators face in Panama and Santa Lucia. So for them, the OAS worked next to the public society in order to develop new frameworks to protect women and girls using an inclusive approach and participative approach. There's guidelines for prevention of sexual exploitation of women and girls in the touristic sector in Santa Lucia, a standard operational procedure to work with migrators that are at risk of sexual violence within within shelters, and also the mapping of public policies for the protection of women and girls. Next, please. Then, again, the Department of Public Security implemented the program of prevention of crimes related to migration in 8 countries. This project had as a goal to strengthen the government responses to face the main crimes that affect the migrating population. So in matter of prevention, we did prevention campaigns in communities with high risk of migration. Also, promotion of educational and cultural activities in the schools in these communities that have a high risk of migration, talks, forums, theater plays, among others. And we got to more than 8,000 citizens. Beyond prevention, I would like to talk about the work that is being developed by the Public Security Department to strengthen the capabilities, the human and institutional capabilities, in order to combat the crimes related to migration. So on the topic of persecution, as I mentioned before, people are vulnerable and they are exposed to crimes such as people trafficking, kidnapping, extortions, and other crimes. So the trafficking of people are serious crimes that affect women, men, children, in order to the reality that is the people who are behind these crimes take advantage of people who are vulnerable in the context of human mobility in order to subject them to exploitation. These crimes that are feeding the organized crime, they have a dynamic nature and an adapting nature. Therefore, the states at all levels and the international organizations and regional organizations join efforts in order to combat these. So the OAS is looking to strengthen the capabilities of the members in order to respond to these crimes from a very integrated perspective. The Department of Public Security is supporting the member states in order to strengthen the law frameworks to persecute these crimes, and also training public officers who have a very important role in this area. Next, please. The project Allies Against Trafficking, this was implemented in Ecuador. This allowed the strengthening of the legal framework with regards to the investigation and persecution of crimes, but it also englobed the training of public officers from different institutions. And also there was simulation of investigation and of processes and persecution processes. We had technical assistance to adopt a law against human trafficking. Also, more than 1,000 agents of security, justice, and immigration were trained, and there were 6 simulations, and 121 professionals of security and justice improved their capabilities in order to research and persecute people trafficking cases. This is a simulation of people that counted with the participation of judges, people from the police, and thereby they could deepen their knowledge and increase their efficacy when combating these crimes. Also, we managed to strengthen the interaction between all of the justice operators and to train them in different practices so that the legal processes can be more effective, and also the productivity of the investigation and the sanctions. There were also frameworks for norms in the areas of investigation and protection of victims, and something that was very relevant is that the National Police of Ecuador received support for doing 7 operations that resulted in the detentions of human traffickers. There were also action plans were done against people trafficking. Next, please.
Then,
On the other hand, the Public Security Department implemented this program called Supporting of the Against Crime and Venezuelan Refugees. So this project was known as PICAL, and the objective was to strengthen the capabilities of 7 member states in order to prevent, investigate organized crime related to exploitation of Venezuelan migrators, in particular human trafficking. This project was also looking to strengthen the border management in the countries to detect irregular movements of goods and people and to promote the inclusion of the victims and survivors of these crimes in society. Also, the Public Security Department of the OAS implemented directly 3 activities in Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. Next, please. The preparation of a police manual in order to have a safe mobility, human, and identification of crimes of human trafficking, and also a course on continuous training with regards to human trafficking and the protection of survivors. And 150 people were trained. And also, these trainings were repeated, and more than 2,000 officers of the police were trained. These trainings were focused on prevention, research, and persecution on these crimes of human trafficking, as well as the identification and protection of the victims. Right now, we are implementing the project strengthening the capacities of the justice systems of Ecuador in order to combat the threats to public security, and it provides training to more than 100 judges so that they are better prepared for research, persecution, and sanction of the crimes based on the new dynamics of crimes. Also, the judges are being provided with equipment and technology, and also the existing infrastructure is being improved so that it's more functional and secure and has adequate technology, so that the judicial system has the capability of responding in a more effective way to the security demands. Next. Then lastly, this program of prevention, there were also national officers that were trained in migratory control of the borders, human rights protection, identification of victims. 27 workshops were carried out at the borders. A manual was prepared for crime investigation, and there were also other workshops prepared. Next, please. These are different projects for protecting the victims. These projects look to ensure the effective compliance of the human rights of all of the people in the context of mobility, independently of their migratory status. These are, and during the entire phase of the entire cycle, of the migratory cycle, and to provide assistance, in particular when they have been victims of a crime. So, within this context, in the matter of protection, we supported the government and NGO, also organizations that provide assistance to victims of people trafficking. We look to ensure the compliance of the human rights of all of these people. So we provided trainings on protection and also supported on the rescue of victims through police operations, as I mentioned some moments ago. It is important to highlight that all of our projects and programs have a perspective, a cross-cutting perspective on human rights on all of their activities and products. With regards to the protection of people in the context of human mobility, also the program of protection of people managed also the signature of different officers and institutions. Also, the bicultural tables and exchange of experiences between countries was done. Also, the project that we are currently implementing in Ecuador looks to improve the capability of the most vulnerable population to improve the capability of the state to assist and protect the victims, and also to strengthen the protection and access to the services, the justice services for the most vulnerable population, considering the local contexts. And lastly, the Department of Public Security implemented projects related to access to justice for the victims, acknowledging that the respect of the right of the rule of law and the access to justice are basic for all of these aspects of migratory governance. And lastly, and I will be very brief, I want to highlight, next slide please. I want to highlight the importance of regional cooperation. From the OAS, we work to promote regional cooperation among all of the instances and at all levels, recognizing that no state can address migration in an isolated way. The project PICAD is a very good example of these efforts for regional cooperation. There was training in international police cooperation in order to combat people trafficking. And there was also a sub-regional training on prevention, detection, and investigation of people trafficking, and the protection of survivors and officers from the police of Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru participated. This workshop allowed to strengthen the knowledge on key topics such as detection of victims and people who are vulnerable, the techniques of research of crimes, also the construction of the theory of the case, and international cooperation, and also the strengthening of the efforts on this topic, exchanging good practices, lessons learned, and strengthening international cooperation. So in that sense, the projects that are being implemented by this security department are looking to have a coordination in order to address these crimes among the different institutions and levels of the state, also international organisms, civil society organizations, and also academia. So these exercises are so valuable because they allow us to adopt a regional approach, sub-regional and multidisciplinary approach. There's a wide variety of actors and all of their contributions in all the processes, and also to orient technically the actions of different relevant actors in order to have wholesome responses. I would like to close this presentation mentioning other basic aspects that need to guide our acts, such as the improvement of migratory governance, also the increase of regular immigration routes, also recognizing the condition of refugees, of people, and also promotion of inclusion and social cohesion in the countries of destination and return. We are convinced that these spaces of discussion are essential in order to promote dialogue and to keep developing innovative solutions and long-term solutions. I appreciate your attention today, and from the Department of Public Security of the OAS, we're available to contribute on this cooperation of international migration in all of its dimensions, keeping into account all of the realities, the local realities and regional realities in order to combat the crimes related to it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Dr. Inés Echavarría, for giving us this overview at a regional perspective of the main challenges, security challenges that immigration has in our hemisphere. We have arrived to the question and answer section. Thank you to the kind audience that is joining us in different points from the hemisphere and in the world, who through our YouTube channels have made their questions. We have a question for you from one of our friends from the audiences from Bogotá, Colombia. Immigration has been a reality, a global reality. What are the states doing legally? Is it obligatory to have filters, legal filters?
Muchas gracias. Efectivamente, digamos que aquí es importante tener en cuenta que existe un marco jurídico.
It is important to take into account that there is a juridical framework at international level, at regional level in the inter-American system, and there are always also national frameworks in each state. As I said during the presentation, there are different challenges at regional level for the institutions. So it is very important to work for the strengthening of the juridical frameworks at regional level so they are standardized, promote legislations and public policies aligned with international and regional standards. This will allow us to get higher standards and in respect of the international law. For this, it is important that all states align their laws, regulations with this, and protocols of action. We have noticed that at local level, there are action protocols missing for investigation, for victim protection, or revision mechanisms in different institutions. I think it is very important to work in these three levels, juridical frameworks at national levels that are aligned with the international standards, and have these national level standards matching with the international standards. Thank you, Doctor, for your response. Due to time reasons, though we have several questions from the audience, it is not possible to continue with this. She's a specialist from the Department of Public Security of the OAS. We want to thank you for your time, sharing your knowledge. I'm sure this is going to be very useful in the development of our actions, both civilian and military actions. Thank you so much. If our objective is to stop migration, the best way of doing it is to work for a global system that is more equitable. If the real problem is inequality globally, we should do that. With this quote, I have the pleasure of introducing our second panelist, my friend from the Dominican Republic, Professor Magister Catherine Almeida, professor of the Inter-American Defense College. She's a professor of practices, ex-diplomat from the Dominican Republic. She got a degree from the Technological Institute in Tech. She got a master on defense and security. She was distinguished, graduated. She also has a master in development, entrepreneurship, and innovation from the University of Salamanca, a master in entrepreneurship and in social innovation with a level of excellency. She is a graduate from the Center William J. Perry. She's a researcher in organizational psychology and doctor candidate of the University of Salamanca. She's a member of the Inter-American Defense School and in charge of the programs of masters and diplomas. She has taught different programs, and the University of Salamanca, the Inter-American Development Bank, among other security, defense, and international cooperation institutions on different topics in different regions, including Nigeria, the Sahel region, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, among other countries. If I don't say this, she will kill me. The most important thing for her is that she's a daughter, mother, and wife full-time. She will share with us the issue of migration flows in the hemisphere. Professor Almeida, thank you for being here with us from the historical House of the Soldier. It's a pleasure to have you here. The floor is yours. My dear colleague and friend, thank you for your words. I want to thank General of Division, Brigadier Oliveira Pinto, our Major General Director of the Defense College. I want to thank all the team, especially Colonel Tolbos. He has given us the opportunity to share here with you. And thank you to the audience. It's a pleasure to be at the House of the Soldier. It's a pleasure to hear Dr. Inés from OAS because she has presented a very wide framework on what the region is doing in migration. We are going to see migration flows as part of the specific phenomenon and some challenges we have within our region. Something worth mentioning is how we at regional level address the issue, the term of migration flow. This will go from the point of view of the Framework Organization, IOM, and United Nations. We are going to frame the term of migration flows as the movement of people from a country to the destiny. It can be temporary or permanent through several borders. These put us within the context of the differences at sub-regional level. What is the relevance of the migration flows, mainly when we talk about flows? Within the components determining demographic components, this is the third one. We are talking about birth, mortality, and what defines the characteristics of a country is migration, and this matters. Within this phenomenon, we have two different perspectives. It is important to differentiate them. We have the inclusivist view and the residualist view, and these coexist within the region. Even from the bodies with which we set dynamics of collaboration, the inclusivist view put us with the approach where the migrants and refugees, despite having different characteristics, can be considered within the same response management. The residualist perspective, presented mainly by UNHCR, between regulation and response, the main challenges and the difference that these two views imply had impacts both at the level of policies and responses and the capacities, the capabilities our institutions use to respond to this phenomenon. This allows us to put into context how we are working within the region, and we are going to see the regional dimension. Dr. Inés already mentioned some of the dimensions by nationality. Mainly the Venezuelan migration has had a huge impact in the region, surpassing 7 million. We are talking about a migration flow up to 2021 and presented in the last report 2024, it's over 73.5 million people. So we are talking about 59 million people to North America, 2.3 people from Central America, 1.6 million from the Caribbean, and 10 million from South America. These migration flows surpass the dimension of the population of the countries. This means that the isolated capacity of a country to respond to this phenomenon is insufficient. This is part of what we have in this scenario, how we can respond in a cooperative way to these phenomena that the countries cannot respond to in isolation. If we see a more specific view to the region, mainly to what has happened between January and June this year, we can see a migration phenomenon that is highly important. As Dr. Inés said, we are talking about mixed movements. We have critical points that allows us to identify opportunities to respond in an efficient way to this phenomenon in the different countries. And we can see the vulnerable points in the borders. In the case of Honduras, compared to last year, there's an increase of 83% in migration flows from that country. In the case of Panama, we are talking that between January and May 2024, we had flows of 170,000 people. The component in Mexico through the south border surpassed 700,000 people. In the United States, we are talking about over 1 million migrants crossing the border. This set the question, okay, not only in the opportunity of welcoming and the opportunities of regularizing the phenomenon, regarding the response and the institutions involved in this, but what are the countries with more flows and why? Within the scenario, the Latin American context, we see that Venezuela, up to May, it has the highest numbers. Colombia and China, Ecuador are the highest percentages in transit and the presence from the Tapón del Darién. Within the 5 more transited routes in the world for migration flows, we have the routes of Central America. This opens the question on some terms that are challenging within the countries, but not comfortable when we talk about collaboration and cooperation in terms of sovereignty. We have identified the routes, we have identified the countries where there is more movements, we have identified vulnerabilities. It is worth asking, do we have asymmetries or alignment in the capacity of determining what would be measures for regulating these flows that our countries are not capable to absorb? If we have cooperation with the possibility of being effective in matters of regulation and capacity. If we do understand the risk of illicit interdependency, and what about crimes, connected crimes? That cloud where the flows are moving within the region, connecting with other activities that are illicit and that gives us a nuance in this natural phenomenon. A part of these flows can turn in a criminal activity or could be impacted by all other illicit activities, and migration as a illicit mechanism, as a non-criminal, as a normal human being activity, interconnected, as I said, with the illicit activities. This is happening, and when we see the region, when we see the Central American region, a small region within our hemisphere, in the sense of dimension, it is the fifth more transited in the globe. And this leads us to see what are the complexities with which our region is being affected. Despite there are differences between countries, it is worth it to see with the specificities of what is happening. We have the case of the south-north route in Ecuador. We have a standardization of the multiple vías. We have the waterways, we have the landways, we have different points of activities and exit points. If that is happening in Ecuador and we see Colombia, the south-north route, we see that we have multiple vías going through different countries, both waterways and the transit ways and the points of exit of the country. The question is, if we have identified this, can we establish better control points or better cooperation proposals between countries in such a way that migration and the flows we are seeing within the region are not only organized and humane and humanitarian, but we can reduce the possibility of its link with illicit activities. When we see the nationalities crossing our region, we see that by 2023, these are the last statistics available. Venezuela continues to be the greatest source of mobilization, south-north. Then we have Haiti, Ecuador, and then we have a wide range of nationalities, including Cuba, Colombia, China. And another question, if you come from other hemisphere, you need ways that are not only walking. And the question is, how are doing the control points where we have infrastructure and investment, not only in technology, regulation, and capacities, public, private, how we are responding there? This presents us the panorama, and I'm going to repeat what the IOM says. The government exercise their sovereignty. They decide who can come in the territory, and the regular ways act as tools to regularize these movements. It is worth it to see some vulnerabilities and how part of the criminal activities function when they penetrate migration. And we have a scenario of 6 components. One is the corruption in institutions, where there are vulnerabilities within our processes in the institutions, potential migrants, recruiters or facilitators.
Nosotros observar terrestre, marítimo y de carga, los
And we
agentes
have
tanto en
the
puntos de tránsito como
transporters
punto de destino y punto de salida,
and
y los servicios auxiliares, que son todas
auxiliary
las funciones de
services,
apoyo. Y aquí me voy a
those
atrever
support
a
functions.
mencionar
And I'm
que,
going
por
to dare to
ejemplo,
mention that in the case
de Colombia, el Centro para
of
las
Colombia,
Migraciones,
the
presentó
Center
un
for
video interesante que vale
Migration
la pena
presented an
revisar
interesting video
sobre el papel
that I
de la
recommend you to
región de
see.
Capurjana en Colombia y cómo
The
el
region
Cambio
of Capunhan in
ha
Colombia
establecido una de las
and the
operaciones
Gulf have set
consideradas más
some one of the
en materia
operations
de
that are
tráfico de
the
personas,
biggest in
incluso
matter of
con la
people
participación,
trafficking,
porque
with
el
even the
flujo no es
participation,
solamente
because the
ilegal,
flow
sino
is
la
not only
trata y
illegal,
tráfico
but
de personas que se está
trafficking
generando
is
ahí
also
con la
illegal.
participación de
With the
múltiples actores.
participation of multiple
Vale la pena
actors,
resaltar que
it is
dentro de
worth
las
it to
vulnerabilidades
highlight
que vemos
that
en la
within the
región,
vulnerabilities we
podemos
see in the
encontrar
region,
el
we can
control de los
find
puntos críticos, la
the control of
identificación de actores
critical
no
points,
estatales
the
y estatales, tanto
identification
criminales
of
como no
non-state and
criminales,
state
la financiación
actors,
en todos
both
los
criminal
puntos de
and
origen,
non-criminal,
tránsito y destino,
financing
y
in the
el
points of
papel de la
origin, transit, and
regulación, la
destination,
importancia de la
and the
regulación
role
tanto
of
a nivel
regulation,
coherente
both
regional como subregional.
at regional
Dentro
coherent
de
and
nuestra
sub-regional
región, los
coherent. Within
principales
our region,
puntos de
the
corredores
main
migratorios hasta el
point of
2024 que tocan
migration
nuestra región, tenemos
corridors
de México a Estados Unidos, tenemos de India a Estados Unidos,
we have
tenemos de
from
China a Estados
India to
Unidos
United
y
States,
tenemos de
China to the
Venezuela
United
a Colombia.
States,
Es decir, que
Venezuela,
dentro de nuestra
Colombia.
región
Within
tenemos
our
puntos
region, we
importantes
have
donde
important
se
points
pueden encontrar no
where
solamente
we can
prácticas, sino
find not only
oportunidades de mejora.
practices, but
Algunas de las implicancias
opportunities
regionales
for
tienen que ver con las
improvements.
relaciones exteriores y la
Some
seguridad interna.
implications
Ese
have to do
concepto
with
regional,
foreign
por ejemplo,
affairs
en el
and
caso de la
internal
región andina,
security. In the case
que
of the
se comparte de crimen
Andean
organizado
region,
transnacional en cuanto a riesgos y vulnerabilidades, algunos conexos
we share
regionales,
some
planes de acciones que se están
issues
llevando
of
a cabo, como
crimes.
el caso de los
There are
ministerios de Relaciones
plans,
Exteriores,
as the
la
case of the
decisión
resolutions of the
922 del
ministries of
2024,
foreign
en la cual
affairs,
se
the
establecen acciones
decision
concretas, el rol de la OEA en sus diferentes componentes,
922
igual
and
que
the
otros
different
marcos
components and other
integrales
frameworks
regionales y otros
at regional
organismos
level and
internacionales.
other international
Los principios
organizations.
comunes,
The
principios
common
interamericanos
principles, the
de respeto a los
inter-American
derechos humanos,
common
tanto para los
principles
migrantes,
of
refugiados,
respect for
apátridas,
human rights,
apátridas,
for
víctimas de
migrants,
trata y tráfico de personas.
victims,
También el
etc.
cambio en los patrones
The
del flujo.
change in the
Fíjense cómo de un
patterns
año
of
a
the
otro nosotros
flows
tuvimos
from one year to the next. We
participación de
had
flujos migratorios de
participation of
múltiples
migration
países,
flows of
incluso extrarregionales,
from multiple countries,
y
even
modificación de la
extra-regional,
importancia del
and the
Triángulo Norte en
modification of
cuanto
the
a origen
importance
de
of
los
the Northern
migrantes
Triangle
y a dinámicas de movimientos. La
regarding the
región,
origin
algo
of the
importante
migrants
que
and the
cabe destacar
dynamics
de la
being
16
developed.
Conferencia de Ministros de Defensa de las Américas
And the
es
16th
el
Conference
colocar
of
a las Fuerzas
Ministers of
Armadas dentro de un
Defense,
compromiso
well, the issue of
subsidiario de respuesta
putting
a
armed
los flujos
forces
migratorios.
as a
Esas otras
subsidiary
reuniones, como la reunión
support
trilateral Colombia, Estados Unidos y
the
Panamá, la
trilateral
declaración de Los Ángeles en migración
meeting,
y
the
protección
Declaration of
y
Los
otros mecanismos y
Angeles, and other
oportunidades de cooperación
mechanisms and
son
cooperation
parte de
opportunities
la
are
caja de herramientas que
part of the
nosotros dentro de la
toolbox
región podemos aprovechar.
that we within the region can use and take advantage of. This leads us to think of the migration flows from three approaches, not only from the humanitarian side that has already been presented, but from our roles in the realm of security and the importance of the development, understanding that we in the region, we have a common denominator. Seeing the migration phenomena in just one dimension doesn't allow us to address these complex phenomena in an efficient way. One of the challenges have to do with the government policies, state policies, and also in the region and the state vision, the costs and financing of the plans for the implementation of policies, the capabilities of implementation, both in the countries and sub-regional, the binding agreements, the internal tensions that the conflicts that generate conflicts, organized crime, which is transnational and also at local level, and the different perspectives. We need to address this phenomenon from different lenses. Thinking about conclusions, illegal migration represents 50-75% of a component catalyzed by transnational organized crime, according to United Nations. This can be impacting. We are talking about a phenomenon that it's being used by the fifth wave of transnational organized crime. We have mafia, drug trafficking, cybercrime, illicit markets. They are hyperconnected. I'm talking about the franchise of organized crime, asymmetric conflicts, the risk of securitizing migration, weaponization. Transit is moving this phenomenon through a region, and in that sense, we must be able to promote cooperation to address the process, the regulation, and the response in a collaborative way. And the relationship between tension and collaboration between our region. These are parts of the characteristics of the migration flows. As my colleague said, we need to stop migration. No, this is a phenomenon that cannot be stopped. We can regulate it and use it as a demographic component, yes. Thank you, and I'm here at your disposition for questions. Thank you for addressing this issue in the Hemisphere. Now we are at the session of Q&A. We are just going to do one question. Understanding the complexity of migration flows, present migration flows, what alternative have the member states of the region to respond to the same in a more efficient way? Thank you for your question. If I had the exact answer, we wouldn't have that problem in the region. An approximation that it is worth it to explore has to do with harmonization. How do we see not only migration flows, but the answers the response at regional level? We are talking about regulation matters. we have a wide diversity on how we conceive the migration flows, both in the origin countries, in the transit countries, and in the destination countries. And that difference sometimes makes it difficult to establish cooperative answers. It is worth it to standardize how the migration flow is going to be treated from the origin country to the destination and transit countries. It is worth it to identify what are the causes of those migration flows, because a destination country has a limited capacity of absorption, regardless its policy is excellent to absorb migrants. They have a limited capacity. If the migration flow is continuous, that capacity will be filled. So the origins of the flow also impact the cooperation. It is important to determine where we have critical points where we can set measurements to prevent the organized transnational crime permeates this migration, that are natural, this migration, so they cannot take advantage of the migration flows. So they cannot take advantage of these for illicit economies. So the mobilization critical points, then the capacity of the states of not facilitating involuntarily that the criminal activities permeate the migration processes. Thank you for your response. I'm more than sure that the friend from the audience is satisfied with this answer. Professor Almeida, on behalf of the Inter-American Defense Board, we want to thank you for your presentation. Thank you so much. The use of military forces in the region in migration management not only addresses the security of borders, but also responds to humanitarian challenges, highlighting the duality of the roles between defense and emergency assistance. With this quote of Defense in Depth, I have the pleasure to present our third panelist, Patrick Patterson, PhD. He is the Associated Dean of Research and Publication of the Center of Hemispheric Defense Studies, William J. Perry. Dr. Patterson is Associated Dean of Research in the Department of Studies, graduated in 1989 of the Navy Academy of the United States in Napoli, Maryland. He retired in 2009. His last job in the Army was as a political military advisor in the High Command of the 4th Fleet of Maryland in Mayport, Florida. He completed his doctorate in conflict resolution at the Nobel Solstein University, where his research was centered in negotiations with military institutions during the transitions towards democracy post-conflict. He has a master's degree in national security studies of the Navy School of Monterrey, equivalent of the Superior College in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and a master's in political sciences of the American University in Washington, D.C. He's author of 5 books and numerous articles on defense and security in magazines like in journals, like different journals.
Journal of International Affairs,
Journal of International Affairs, among others. His last book, Almanac of Latin American History, is a compilation of the most significant events in Latin America and the Caribbean between 1800 and 2020, with more than 700 events organized by month and date of the calendar. Its main areas of specialization include civilian military relationships, human rights, international humanitarian rights, sea security, and the history of the United States and Latin America. And he will talk about the role of the armed forces in migration flows. From the historical house of the soldier, good morning. Thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Coronel, y muchas gracias a la Junta Interamericana de Defensa por esta invitación.
Thank you, Colonel,
Gracias,
and thank you
Coronel,
to the IADB for this invitation. Thank you for the Colonel for this opportunity to share our studies in the Perry Center. My slides are in Spanish, and I like to take the questions in Spanish at the end of the session, but I like to switch to English to make my points very clear.
My presentation today is about the migration problems in the region, but also related to the climate change forecasts, which are very severe and very ominous. And in particular, we like to examine the role of the security forces in the region and the responsibilities that they will have during these next few decades as conditions worsen from the climate change problems. I'd like to start by examining, first of all, a few definitions. The most important, of course, would be the critical capacity, and this is directly from the Department of Defense Military Abbreviations and Terms Dictionary, available online, a wonderful resource for the security scholars who are studying these issues. The point most important about this slide is that there are certain requirements and certain capacities that the military services or security services in the region should have in order to respond to these natural disasters, as well as the climate disasters that will be growing in intensity in the region. And if a country does not have the capacity, then they need to have it provided by other outside resources, whether it be regional partners or international organizations. On the next slide is a bit busy, but this is something we use at the Perry Center to examine the connection between the existing weaknesses of many of the or deficiencies in many of the countries, as well as the climate change impacts and the impact it will have not only on human security, but also on societies. And you can see the logical flow from the left to the right on the screen as the conditions worsen because of climate change. First of all, in the very first column, you have the existing conditions that exist in many areas. Sometimes the institutions will not have the resources that they need. We are all combating organized crime groups and corruption in all of our countries, and those are all pre-existing conditions. The items marked in yellow are the ones that are particularly related to the migration challenges that we face. If you go to the second column, you will see some of the climate change challenges that we face, not just droughts and wildfires, but also the storms, hurricanes, heat waves, floods, sea level rise. And I'll address some of these in the subsequent slides that I use. In the third column, as you move from left to right, then you will see that these impacts, the pre-existing conditions plus the climate change challenges, will then result in some severe degradation to and security problems in our communities. Water insecurity, food insecurity, and infrastructure failures that we're seeing in some areas. And all this leads all the way to the impact it has upon population concentrations in the region. First and foremost is the forced migration and internal displacement that we see occurring, and as Dr. Echeverria and Dr. Almeida have elaborated on very extensively during their presentations. So this is a bit of a roadmap for some of the climate change challenges related to migration that the security forces in the region need to be aware of and prepare for. This is the result. caravans of individuals fleeing from their countries, fleeing from their communities, trying to get their families to secure areas, trying to put food on the table for their individuals, all under very austere and difficult conditions. And the forecast for this migration problems are very, very severe. According to the International Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, comprised of about 700 scientists from all of the countries in the world, including many from Latin America and the Caribbean, portions of Latin America, and in particular in Central America, will be uninhabitable by 2050 because of the rapid escalation of temperatures because of global warming. We're already seeing and witnessing many of the effects of climate change, whether they be from droughts, heat waves, torrential rains, causing landslides, more powerful hurricanes. And this past hurricane season in the Caribbean was very active and very severe. The predictions about climate change and the impacts it will have upon migration in the region are very intense. For example, 2.8 million Latin Americans were obliged to abandon their homes, primarily from the countries of Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru. And this is an increase of 30% just over the previous year in 2022. Dr. Almeida listed a number of great statistics about how severe this problem will become in her presentation. We are facing perhaps the greatest challenges we've faced in our countries during the 200-plus histories of our existence. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, there are a number of very vulnerable groups that will be subject to these heat waves and other challenges associated with climate change. It's not just the individuals that are working in very impoverished states, but also very vulnerable groups such as young women, pregnant women, older individuals of the third age. And as I've circled on the screen, the topic of today's conference is about the immigrants and displaced persons. According to the IPCC, these types of vulnerable groups are 15 times more likely to die because of climate change problems than others who have much more climate resilience and ability to flee and seek shelter from these conditions. Under these circumstances, and as we taught in our humanitarian assistance and disaster relief course at the Perry Center, and this really comes right out a lot of the manuals on disaster relief and humanitarian assistance that are available through UN OCHA or through the United Nations programs. There are basic human needs, necesidades básicas humanas, that security forces and first responders need to provide for these very vulnerable groups. Imagine a large population of immigrants that are waiting in an area to advance toward safer areas. They are camped out under and exposed to the weather. All of these individuals, under very difficult circumstances, need food. They need fresh water that's been treated and is able to be used without any risk of contamination or disease. They need protection from the elements and from not only from the severe weather, but also the very difficult torrential rains that sometimes occur in these areas. And they need security, especially as we saw in many of the migrant camps or in the displaced persons camps in Haiti after the severe 2010 earthquake. These migrant camps can become vulnerable to roaming gangs who are pilfering, attacking, and even sexually assaulting some of the individuals trying to survive. The USAID Field Operations Guide, which I've provided at the bottom of this slide, is a really helpful resource for this. We refer to these as the basic human needs according to international doctrine on humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, but also, as you are probably all obviously aware, the individuals who are moving through these groups need a lot of medical attention, particularly for those vulnerable groups that we mentioned in the previous slide. They also are very vulnerable to disease, and as we've seen, outbreaks of cholera and other dysentery in many of these communities can be really severe and cause suffering beyond what's already occurring in these regions. Of course, any commander of a military unit or security force group, it has to be aware of the heat exhaustion and heat stroke risk that also exists for these groups. Heat exhaustion is by itself a very severe problem for many of these individuals, but even more important to the point of death would be heat stroke or insolación. And some of the symptoms that you see on the screen there are the dizziness, the thirst, intense sweating that are common symptoms of heat exhaustion become even more severe if the person does not get relief and then is vulnerable to heat stroke, a life-threatening emergency for these individuals. In these camps or in these displacement camps where individuals are trying to survive until they can reach a place of security, we also have to think very carefully about how we're going to provide assistance to them, shelter from the communities. They need not only the water, the food, the medical attention, but they also need bathrooms and places to wash. And the field guides that are available through UN OCHA or through U.S. Agency for International Development provide standards that are right from the international sphere humanitarian standards that are common throughout the international community. And also, we have to think about the needs of security forces or first responders who are also participating in these activities. They also need the same sort of requirements and basic human needs that the displaced persons or the migrants also require. A new feature that perhaps has not been common, but will become more common as global temperatures surge to very dangerous levels, perhaps 3.2 degrees Celsius above Industrial Revolution temperatures of the 18th century, will be refrigerated or cooling centers in these camps. Think about perhaps in the Darien Peninsula, thousands and thousands of individuals who are suffering under a heat wave as they try to march across the 100 kilometers of very difficult jungle conditions in that portion of the world. If a heat wave or a heat dome settles across that area, we will have to rescue tens of thousands of individuals from these conditions. And that is a really tall task and a very difficult challenge, and difficult operational challenge for the first responders, whether they be Colombian military forces or Panamanian security forces who have to go in, put themselves at risk as well to provide for these individuals. It's important to understand that the fossil fuel contamination that humans have created is also something that we need to consider during our military rescue operations. We cannot provide, or should not provide, cooling centers for these victims using fossil fuels. We are going to exacerbate the situation more than it already has unless we use renewable sources of energy such as solar, wind, and geothermal. It's also important to understand the predictions of how many people in coastal communities will be displaced by sea level rise. And the sea level rise itself is an effect that's very slow. It's very gradual. It will be a major concern, but it's occurring very, very slowly. It's not to say that this won't be a very severe problem as we displace individuals in coastal communities, such as in Georgetown, Guyana, or many places along the Panamanian coast or Colombian coast, which has major infrastructure along the coastal communities. The prediction from the IPCC at the moment is that we will see a sea level rise of 0.5 meter to 1 meter by the end of the century. But it's not out of the possibility that we will see as much as 2 meters of sea level rise because of the acceleration of the global warming problems that are being studied right now. More than 60% of the greenhouse gases and global temperatures have occurred within the past 40 years. And as a result, the models, scientific models in many cases that we've used to predict conditions in the future are inaccurate. We will see conditions much more severe. And another thing to remember about sea level rise is that because 90% of the atmospheric temperature is absorbed into the waters of the oceans and seas of our communities, that this is nearly an irreversible process. If we stop all of the greenhouse gas contamination tomorrow, we will still see sea level rise for hundreds or thousands of years until we can cool the waters and reduce the temperatures that have been absorbed into this. Of course, this is all very bad news for the Antarctic glaciers and for portions of glaciers that are exposed to the open water, because these will continue to melt, raising sea levels even higher. This is going to cause immense disruption for most of the communities along the coastal areas of our countries for hundreds of years in the future. And it is irreversible and an intractable problem that we can do nothing about. So we should start planning for it now to relocate that infrastructure and reposition those vulnerable populations away from this threat. An example of this, of course, would be, there's many examples, but one that's probably the most profound is what happened in Brazil in May of 2024 of this year. In Porto Alegre, in Rio Grande do Sul, they had 8 months of rain in just 2 weeks, overflowing many of the rivers and coastal areas. 600,000 Brazilians were displaced away from their homes, and another 56,000 had to be put into refuges in order to protect them. We've seen the same thing occur in Valencia, Spain. We've seen the same thing occur in Vargas, Venezuela in December of 1999, and even here in the United States because of the hurricane in Asheville, North Carolina. Levels of precipitation that are biblical in nature. The Brazilian military is still on site at Rio Grande do Sul, trying to assist their colleagues and citizens of their communities that have suffered devastating floods because of climate change. An example of the types of displacement and migration that we will see more of in the future. It's also for these displaced populations and migrant groups, we have to think about the lack of fresh water. This will become a major and very severe challenge for security forces and first responders. And the predictions from international experts are that we are already seeing many areas that have a lack of fresh water, and it will grow. By the middle of the century, perhaps as much as 2/3 of the global population will be facing droughts and freshwater challenges. And for the audience members who are joining us online, I probably don't need to make much emphasis about this because the examples are very clear of what is occurring from the mega drought in Central America that's lasted more than 10 years, causing a lot of the migration, forced migration out of that area, as Drs. Echeverria and Drs. Almeida have already touched upon. But also we're seeing a lack of fresh water in populations such as Montevideo, Bogota, Colombia, in Quito, Ecuador, and in portions of Sao Paulo, Brazil, one of the largest cities in the hemisphere that suffered a severe drought and lack of fresh water in 2014 and 2015. All of the migration emphasis that we've talked about so far is land-based, but we can't, especially for the maritime services, we have to think very carefully about the role of the Coast Guard or the navies, because a lot of individuals will try to flee from their homelands by crossing dangerous portions of water. And so this is kind of an unspoken and unrecognized problem that has existed for a long time. But it's something that we'll have to pay attention to in the future. Developing the capacity of our naval services and Coast Guard services in order to have a prolonged patrol ability, as well as to, when we bring individuals off of these very unstable vessels, unseaworthy vessels, and then provide them shelter on board our own warships, we have to be able to provide capacity, food, shelter, medicine for a large number of persons on board our vessels beyond the capacity that the crew normally receives. And then when we put them prior to repatriation into their home countries, we have to put them on land somewhere before we can transport them back to their countries or to another destination for shelter. Again, for the maritime services, this involves very unique challenges that probably aren't getting the attention it deserves. For the security services as well who respond to these things, we have to think about climate change as a threat multiplier or a catalyst for conflict, as the United States Pentagon refers to it. A lot of these migrant populations will become very impatient and very upset about the lack of attention or the lack of provisions that are provided to them, especially when they have loved ones who are suffering from sicknesses or wounds. And so coordinating with civil society and providing these kind of security operations will be very, very important. Per our doctrine in the United States, we refer to these kind of events as either being permissive or hostile. And of course, if they're hostile, it can become very dangerous for the security forces and first responders who are trying to provide assistance for these groups. I won't spend too much time on these final couple slides, and I know we're almost out of time and a little bit behind schedule, but this is very, very important for all of the militaries in the region. In the United States, we use our military in a very different capacity, primarily only for overseas coalition operations, and only in extreme emergencies do we use active duty service members inside the United States. It's more of a responsibility left for the police or for the National Guard. But in almost every single Latin American and Caribbean country, the military services operate inside the country. Normally, militaries are very well trained in international humanitarian law or Derecho Internacional de Conflictos Armados, DICA. But we oftentimes are required to use police operations and tactics. And the police operations are very, very different. Let me just jump forward to this slide, which shows some of the differences between the two the fields of law. There's very significant differences between international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Primarily, international humanitarian law provides a very permissive use of force. Military forces are designed to annihilate and defeat the enemy's will to fight, whereas police tactics are much more restrictive and are required to use escalation of force tactics and lethal force as the final option. In my 2021 book called The Blurred Battlefield, I go into great detail about this, which is available online on the Perry Center homepage, that describes differences between these two fields of law. Very important doctrinal differences between these two fields of law, that if we are going to be using military forces to provide security for migrant populations and displaced persons, we need to think very, very cautiously about use of force tactics by our security forces. And with that, I will finish my slides. Thank you very much for your attention. My information and contact data is available on the screen, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have on this important topic. Thank you again to the Junta Americana de Defensa for the invitation.
Thank you for you. Nuestro agradecimiento es para usted, Dr. Patrick Patterson. Gracias.
Thank you,
por
Dr. Patrick
tratarnos el
Patterson.
tema, el
Thank
rol
you
de las
for
Fuerzas
dealing with this
Armadas
topic,
en
the
los
role
flujos
of the armed
migratorios.
forces and the
Hemos
migratory
llegado a la
flows.
sección de
We have
preguntas y
come to the
respuestas.
section of questions and
Tenemos
answers.
una de nuestro
We have one
amable
from
televidente
our
de Sandy Dariel Sena, de
attendants
mi amada
from
patria, República
my country,
Dominicana.
from the Dominican
Y él
Republic.
pregunta,
And he's
¿qué
asking,
factores suelen
what
ser los más
factors are
determinantes
usually
en la
the most
decisión de
determining
migrar?
in the
Llámese
decision of
económico,
migrating? Is it
político o
economic,
ambiental.
political, or
Según su
environmental?
perspectiva y
According to your
experiencia,
perspective and experience,
¿qué nos diría usted al respecto?
what can you tell us about it? The truth is that there's many reasons for migration. Normally, it's the lack of economy or lack of security in many parts. But recently, according to the words of Dr. Echeverria and Dr. Almeida, the problem is with the climate change and the environment. So there's many people who don't have the capability of providing food to their families. The peasants are suffering from droughts or torrential rains, and therefore, due to global warming and climate change, this is one of the new reasons for forced migration in many communities in the region.
Dr. Patterson, muchísimas
Dr.
gracias por su
Patterson, thank you very
respuesta.
much for your response.
Lamentablemente, por razones de
Unfortunately, Unfortunately, due to time, we cannot do more questions out of the multiple questions that have been sent by our members of the audience. Dr. Patrick Patterson, in the name of the IADB, we want to thank you for the time provided when sharing on this topic, role of the armed forces in the migratory flows. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us from the delegate room of the historic Casa del Soldado in Washington, D.C. International migration has stopped being a social phenomenon in order to become a strategic challenge of national security, especially in contexts where the flow of people is perceived as a risk, a potential risk to the stability of the borders. This is a quote from Herrera Lasso and Arriola. Now, I am glad to present our fourth panelist, the Colonel of the Air Forces of Peru, retired Lescano Salazar, from the network of experts. This is his professional profile. He is a colonel from the Air Force of Peru, is a retired military, trained in strategic intelligence, intelligence operations and counterintelligence, security and psychological operations and influence, with an academic degree as a professor and professor in the High Studies Center, Superior School of Air War, and the School of Officers from the Air Force of Peru. In the topic of strategic intelligence, geopolitical risks and threats to national security, psychological operations, and information operations, experience in management of information, processing, integration, analysis, and production of intelligence, planning and conduction of operations of search and rescue, and collection of information, planning and organizing campaigns, communication campaigns, and influence operations. He will be presenting the topic, migratory flows in the region from the security perspective. Colonel Lescano, good morning. Thank you very much for being here with us in this seminar of migratory flows in the hemisphere. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you to the Inter-American Defense Board for this opportunity. Thank you, all the audience, participants. All the topics being addressed are interesting to me. I'll try to address the issue from a different perspective, from the perspective of intelligence. Do you see the presentation? Could you confirm? Yes, we do see. The topic is migration flows in the region from a security perspective. Following on the ideas of my colleague panelists, in the realm of intelligence, we necessarily need to see these movements from a risk and threats perspective. I want to highlight that intelligence must respond to the interests of the state, not to political interest or the government. It must be objective to limit any risk for a country beyond ideological positions or trends of a state. Intelligence is a life philosophy. It doesn't have ideologies nor trends. Objectivity, it's its north, and future reality is its end. To make better decisions and reduce uncertainty. I will not speak about migration. All of my predecessors have talked about it. This is an issue affecting globally, not only regions. Some countries are facing wars, conflicts, and people look for better places to live. They obey to political instability, social unrest, and natural catastrophes. We have a differentiated migration flow compared to Europe because in our region, for example, the most important and the most impacting, the one from Venezuela, obviously having the same language, same religion, we are very similar. The process of cultural integration in the countries has less impact than the one in other regions, such as in Europe, where migration flows come from countries with different culture, language, religion, customs, beliefs, worldview. So the impact can be greater. And in our case, this migration flow in the region, it's much more manageable for the countries. However, well, if there is a movement happening, many countries could be surprised because of the magnitude of the number of people. And in some cases, we see that the state takes some measurements to control a massive incoming of people or particular situations that can alter the public order or infrastructure or for the same migrants. So we need to take into account that we are working a lot on the narrative of the information. We have an aggressive war, media war, with all the massive media, mainly social networks. There is a lot of information being divulged, not necessarily real and objective information with interest for the public. And this can generate wrong perceptions of what is really happening. In Peru, for example, after receiving migrants from Venezuela, organized crime activity has increased and common crime has become very violent, and media report that this obey to Venezuelan migrants, and that can generate wrong perceptions because we must deal this with statistics, but media influence the perceptions, and this could create aggressions against Venezuelans who, for different reasons, have left their countries and look for countries such as ours. In some cases, there's been violent cases. So when we talk about migration, I know you know all of this is theory, but I think in the region we identify three types of migration: internal migration, as a result of economic crisis in our countries, subversive violence, terrorist violence in different countries. In Peru in the 80s, there was a terrorist violence from Sendero Luminoso and the Tupac Amaro movement. They generated an internal significant migration from the communities to the big cities, overpopulating the big cities and generating some political crisis, social crisis. So many measurements were taken to address this. So far, there's still an impact from that. Another type of migration is international migration, for example, such as the case of Venezuela. They have migrated mainly to Colombia, and then Peru and other countries in the region, such as Argentina, Ecuador, Bolivia. They are looking for better living conditions. And there is intra-regional migration, such the one I just mentioned, and extra-regional to other countries. And in other cases, such as forced migration, as a result of political issues that obligate some people to look for refuge in other countries.
Algunos tipos de desplazados, como se les conoce, ¿no? Por otro lado, tenemos
And
que
this
ver
can
las causas
generate
que
refugees
se dan en la
and
migración, porque
displaced people. We must see the causes of migration in South America to detect, to understand this dynamic.
a conocer cuáles son las causas, ¿no? Generalmente las podemos agrupar en estas cuatro áreas.
In general, they are grouped in these four areas. One is the economic crisis. In our region, citizens migrate looking for better living condition possibilities, looking for resources that they cannot find in their own countries, looking for improving their quality of life for them and their families. And some citizens of my country went to Venezuela and other countries at some point. And there's another type of migration, political migration due to conflicts or persecutions. Social causes, when someone of the family migrates, the family goes after their relative and for looking at better academic possibilities, education possibilities. And also we have the migration due to environmental situations because of natural disasters, climate change. They are looking for better living conditions in some sectors. These migration movements origin in Venezuela, Haiti, and other countries towards the United States. It may mean a risk or a threat for the state's security. If this is just a military response or from the police or the security forces, but is it the necessary response to address this or to meet their basic needs? So there is a series of international agreements to prevent when people don't meet their basic needs because of an issue of survival, they can start to commit crimes or to join some criminal organizations growing in the region, unfortunately. It is obvious that there is a crisis in Venezuela due to political reasons. This has generated different migration flows towards countries in the region, mainly Colombia and Peru. They have facilitated this migration or created some facilitations for these facilities to attend this. And the borders allow huge amounts of people through blind points. This generates problems because when these migration flows go through the established migration points, the people can be followed up for their own survival. Once they get in illegally, they don't have access to a mobile phone. So the state don't have the opportunity to know. The state cannot know about this population migrating by illegal means. These major movements have been developing have activities to survive. Some countries, such as ours, our government cannot know, they cannot prove, for instance, if they have education, they don't have diplomas, so people start working in informal jobs. So if they integrate formally, they are contributing to the economy. The truth is that there is a growth of these organized crime organizations, illegal mining, etc. There are many illicit activities, so they are looking for people that are more vulnerable with unmet needs, so they take advantage of them. Somehow these organizations give them social recognition according to the activity they implement. But somehow these at least temporarily meet the needs of the migrants. So, as a result of the last election in Venezuela, this has alerted the organizations and governments of the region the idea of a new migration wave because of the situation in Venezuela. And the countries in the region not necessarily have the conditions to receive the migrants. They cannot welcome them to meet their basic needs. But when the basic needs are met, it also generates in some sectors nationally have their wrong perception. They generate opposite feelings against those coming from other countries if the state provides benefits for the migrants. And this could generate internal violence in the countries. We know where the migrants, the Venezuelan citizens migrate, and we see here this map. And as I said, unfortunately, violence has increased. It has generated a negative perception because of the misinformation campaigns of the media. These migration flows have been used to free prisoners or to, quote, export criminals. Not always people coming from another country are looking for a better ways of life, but others see that permissive legal frameworks can allow them to carry on illicit activities or criminal activities because they see there is no effective capacity from their governments to deal with it. In the case of Peru, we are one of the countries with greater indexes of criminality in the region. A lot of this is related to the activities of Venezuelans in the countries. It's a matter of a narrative, but there are no statistics about this. On the other hand, from an intelligence perspective, these flows allow not only people in transit, people linked to organized crime, and these migration flows easily, they allow intelligence people from other countries with other purposes, political operators who destabilize other countries with a trend. When we see the political map of the region, there's been a change towards a certain position, and this is motivating some return. We haven't, those differences make the integration of our countries more difficult and prevent to face jointly all these illicits that generate corruption in our region, in the different states. The response capacity cannot be standardized because of this. A significant crisis of criminality in Ecuador obligated the governments of the Andean community how to address this with the criminal organization of Tendarawa, born in Venezuela. It's in all the region, and probably it has reached the United States, and their actions, their criminal actions is evident in many sectors, but this also could be a type of Troy horse for other type of activities. When there are political media activities promoted by other states could be linked to these criminal organizations with which today we are living these migration flows that will not stop. It's impossible to stop this because the political context, the social contexts are changing in our countries. I want to adjust to my time to tie to the agenda. Well, these migration flows are a problem for the states. This has increased criminal violence. So we need to have a better response capacity. I'm sure the countries are working on this so that they can identify them and face these threats. And also to clarify misinformation. When our information obeys other interests, that generates contrary feelings, feelings that are opposite to what the governments want. In some cases, such as in my country, there is a rejection, opposition to Venezuelan citizens in my country. I'm sure most of the countries must face something similar. This obligates us, this obligates the intelligence agencies to do something and share information. All of this is closely related to international crime, not only in our region, but globally. The levels of violence in the region are increasing. The actions of drug trafficking, illegal mining, the destruction of natural habits, and the big flows of weapon trafficking children trafficking and many others, unfortunately, seem that they are gaining more space. We need to recognize that democracy sometimes facilitates these type of illicits because of the levels of corruptions are high. And sometimes it is not recognized that we are in the middle of these type of activities and we do not generate capabilities to face this in a better way, protecting the security of the state, the development of the countries, and protecting democracy. That is something we need to ensure. We need to implement activities to ensure that our citizens, both nationals and others who come from other countries, have the necessary living conditions, considering, as I said, that many countries of the region, the feeling of insecurity has been increasing through time. I think we have to have a different view, not only the social view of all the treaties, the international agreements to protect migrants, but we need to see also the security and defense of our countries and our region. I will stop here in respect of time. Thank you so much, Colonel Lescano, for this view on the migration flows in the region from the perspective of security. We have selected one question from the audience from Mexico. Guillermo Arroyo is asking, what has been the social and economic impact for Peru regarding massive migration of Venezuelans, and what has been your response protocol? I think the big problem is that we, as a country, there is a lot of informality at economic level. This has allowed us to generate a solid economy, believe it or not, in the informality. Many of these migrants have integrated very easily to this informal trade. It allows them subsistence. Unfortunately, this has been a reason for a sector of nationals working in this sector are not happy because migrants accept less pay. So many people prefer hire migrants because they take advantage of their situation. If they don't have a legal document, they pay less. So local population also need those jobs. The state has tried to prevent this concerns in generating conditions to facilitate them access to health so they can incorporate to labor, economic life, but unfortunately, it doesn't have the necessary reach to ensure all migrants have this. Unfortunately, migrants have not met all their economic needs, and in a way or another, this may contribute to generate some type of problematic situation or internal crisis in our country. I think these processes were addressed by the government, but we haven't been prepared for this. We haven't been managing this through time, but hopefully those measurements can be strengthened. The big concern from intelligence is what is going to happen that when we see many children in the streets doing labor, what is going to happen after 15 years, when they cannot incorporate to economic activities, that could generate more conflicts internally in the future. Did I answer my
Claro que
question?
sí, mi coronel. Creo que el amigo de la audiencia está satisfecho con su respuesta. Muchísimas
I
gracias
think
a
the
usted.
audience is satisfied with your
También
response.
agradecemos a los amigos
Thank
de la
you, and
audiencia
thank you for
por
the members of the
enviarnos sus
audience
preguntas a
for
través de
sending
los
their
canales de
questions
YouTube.
through the YouTube
Lamentablemente,
channels.
por razón de
Unfortunately,
tiempo,
due to time,
no podemos realizar más preguntas.
we cannot do any more
Señor Coronel
questions.
Abraham Lescano, a nombre de la
Mr.
Junta
Colonel
Interamericana de Defensa,
Abraham
queremos
Lescano, in the name of the
agradecerle por
IADB, we
compartir
want
este
to
tema
thank you
tan
for sharing
interesante de los
this
flujos
very important and
migratorios
interesting
en la
topic
región
of
desde la
migratory
perspectiva
flows
de
in the region
seguridad.
from the
Muchísimas
perspective of
gracias.
security. Thank you very much.
Querida audiencia,
Dear
como el
audience,
prometido es deuda, hemos llegado al receso
we
previsto.
have
Por
come to
razones de
the
tiempo, solamente
break.
tomaremos 5
Due to
minutos.
time, we were
Nos
only
vemos
going to
acá
take
a
5
las
minutes.
11:25
See you here
hora
at
Washington, D.C.
11:25 Washington, D.C. time.
Amigos de la audiencia que se encuentran de manera presencial y virtual a través de nuestros canales de YouTube, les reiteramos los
Friends from
buenos
the audience
días
who are in
y la
person
bienvenida
and
a
joining us virtually from our YouTube channels. Good morning and welcome to this seminar of migratory flows from La Casa del Soldado, the IADB in Washington, D.C. I want to take advantage of this opportunity to thank all of the team that somehow has integrated in order to make this seminar be successful. And especially I want to thank the interpreters and the technology IT team of the IADB. Without your support, this wouldn't be possible. Forced migration is often the result of the lack of human security in the countries of origin, where the individuals, when they are threatened due to conflicts, violations of human rights, and extreme poverty, become products and victim of insecurity. This is a quote from Adman. With this quote, I am pleased to present our next presenter, Dr. Maria Teresa Velandria. Continuing with the active participation and leadership of women in the Hemisphere in our seminar. Dr. Maria Teresa Velandria is Venezuelan, born in Caracas, and Spanish from her mother's side. She has a master in economic international rights and integration law by the Central University of Venezuela, a candidate to doctor in political sciences by the Central University of Venezuela, and also a professor in the Hemispheric Center of Defense Studies, William Perry, subscribed to the National University of Defense of the United States. She has studies in security, defense, civilian and military relationships, international relations, strategy, borders, cybersecurity, migration, and human rights. She has 30 years of experience in military institutions with a special emphasis in the National University of Defense of the United States, the IADC, and WINSEC in the United States of America, and the Military Academy, the Infantry and Artillery School of the Army of Venezuela, and also in civil institutions such as the Central University of Venezuela, the Metropolitan University of Caracas, and the University for Peace of the Organization of the UN, UPeace. From 2023, she retook her academic activities, and currently she is a professor of the European School of Management of the Dominican Republic, of the Society of International Studies of Madrid, of the Diplomatic Academy of Peru, as well as professor in international public law, of the military police and the penal police of the Federal District of Brazil. Dr. Maria Teresa will be sharing with us the topic, Increase of Migratory Flows, Challenges for Hemisphere Security. Dr. Maria Teresa, thank you for being with us. Welcome. You have the floor. Good morning. I'm going to share my presentation. I think it was on, right? Can you see it? No, we cannot see it. Okay. Hold on. It was there. Okay, here it is.
Perfecto, muy buenos días.
Perfect. Good morning. Thank you to the IADB. And as my colleagues said, they did all of the protocols. So I'm just going to greet everybody who's present and also on YouTube. Thanks for the invitation. I feel at home in La Casa del Soldado, and I greet all of my colleagues from the Perry Center, as well as from the Defense University. The people who preceded me, they were talking about Venezuela because Venezuela is the country that has the biggest migratory flow in our continent. Venezuela is a very significant case, And I want to start by saying that as a Venezuelan, I am a migrator, an immigrant. I'm a second-generation immigrant. My mother migrated from Spain to Venezuela, fleeing from hunger. And that is basically what is driving today the Venezuelan citizens to abandon by foot our country. And therefore, when we look at the eyes of an immigrant and we ask them, why did you leave? You have to understand that there's multiple reasons that make a family leave behind their home, their education, their story, and to go on a journey where you don't know exactly what you're going to find. And I have to say that our region wasn't prepared for such a big migratory flow. No country was prepared, except for one, who took a political decision of keeping the borders open in an orderly manner when the migratory flow knocked on their door in 2018. And they implemented an operation, which is an example for the world, which is the Operation Acolida, which General Elder will talk about it. So let's talk about numbers. My colleagues, Ines and Catherine, they talked about numbers, but behind each of these numbers, there's a person. So these are the numbers as of June 3rd of this year: 7,774,494 lives, people, stories, out of which 6,590,000 are in South America and in Central America. This means that more than 90% of the migrants are in our continent. And there's a very important number here. Between January and August of this year, 60,000 people got to Brazil. Everybody's talking about Colombia, which is the biggest receptor of immigrants in our region. Almost 3 million Venezuelans are living in Colombia today. But very few people are thinking that 300 people per day are getting to Brazil and I live in Brazil, and we live in a continent, so then you don't perceive this, but these are official numbers. So this number will increase, as Colonel Lescano said some moments ago. It is said that the numbers are going to go up. They are already going up, Colonel, because the perspective, since there's no changes in Venezuela after the elections, this has made that many families are taking the decision of getting out. And I believe that they are giving an opportunity until January 10. So if that change doesn't materialize, there will be an increase of migratory flow. And it is estimated between 2.5 million and 3 million Venezuelans more that are going to abandon their country. This migratory flow is not due to a hurricane or due to war or due to an earthquake, but it has multiple causes. The only country in the region who completely adopted the Cartagena Protocol of 1984 and incorporated it to the law, and that has recognized as refugees all the Venezuelans, is Brazil. And this facilitated an orderly migration and with humane characteristics. Because if you place obstacles on immigration, numbers, documents, that the refugees, the Venezuelan refugees, which are the majority, and they cannot comply with this, then the process of irregularity begins on the one hand, and on the other hand, the crime, the organized crime, who take advantage of the vulnerability of an immigrant without documentation. So they make a business out of this. Since you make the decision as a state of regulating the migrant, this has a lot of benefits. First, you integrate them economically. Then you know who the migrator is, who the immigrant is, because you have a document with a picture, because you know when they're being displaced within the territory. All of those benefits that a country has. by providing an immigrant with a regular status instead of putting obstacles and requirements that are impossible to comply with. Because in those gray areas where there's no rules is when the organized crime groups take advantage of things. That's on the one hand. And on the other hand, you have a state, which is the Venezuelan state, that will never be delivering the information that you need so that this Venezuelan citizen has the documents that you are requiring. When you have those two vectors of information, on the one hand, you have a Venezuelan coming into your territory and lacking the documentation that you are requiring, and on the other hand, you have a state who is not cooperating. So who is vulnerable? The citizen, of course. There's a quote that says, when the elephants are fighting, the grass suffers. So this citizen is looking to be a regular citizen, to have a job, to have benefits. He cannot have them because the state to where he arrives is requiring documentation, and the other state is refusing to provide this documentation. There's one criminal group very well known in Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, and within their menu of crimes that they commit, when they exploit the migratory flow of Venezuela, they do human trafficking in order to exploit people sexually and also exploiting through work. So they face the traditional coyotes that we have in Central America and the regular crime groups, organized crime groups that already existed in Colombia. For example, they confronted the ELN in Colombia in order to be established as the people who control the trafficking of migrants in our region. So what did they do? They followed the migratory group, the Venezuelan migratory group, and they established a basis in all of these places where they wanted to control the migratory flow. So they did the biggest business of their life by controlling the migratory flow. So first, they inserted within the legal migratory flow families, people who are fleeing from Venezuela. People don't leave Venezuela just to do tourism. So in order to ask for a visa, it is completely unnecessary to request a visa. People are not going to watch a football game. They don't go just for tourism. They need to eat. That's why they leave. So what did they do? They inserted themselves in this migratory flow. They inserted their elements of this criminal group in order to establish specific points in the terrestrial route. And there they could control the trafficking of people. So they get people out of any city in Venezuela and they offer a package to move them through the non-traditional routes. So since all of the countries started putting more obstacles for regular migration, they had more benefits because they were charging more. And this is the most serious crime, which is sexual exploitation for women. So they charge women since they leave Venezuela until they get established in each of the countries of the route. And the numbers are really alarming. What is the main basis that they have, the operation basis that they have in La Parada, a very small town in Villa del Rosario, in Cúcuta? So as you can see, this is a border city between Venezuela and Colombia. And they have there their main headquarters of operation. So they also managed to displace ELN, which was another crime group, and they are the main group directing women. Which are the most vulnerable women? Women who travel alone or women with children. So an immigrator who has small children and doesn't have documentation is the perfect victim, so that these transnational criminal groups place them within these networks of human trafficking. An immigrator who is young without documents, it's a perfect victim for work exploitation or to integrate them in these networks of trafficking or micro trafficking of drugs in the region. When do you solve this? When the immigrant receives temporary documentation. when the immigrant receives support from the authorities. Why? Because these networks of crimes, Tren de Aragua, which is a Venezuelan network, because they found that the non-regularization of the migrant is their main source to move within the region, and that's how it got to many of our countries. What are the official numbers of each country? This refers to trafficking of women, girls, and teenagers. So they are webcam models. That's what they are offering, because webcam modeling doesn't have any norms to it. It's not prohibited. And there are numbers of Venezuelan women that have been caught by social networks, Instagram, Facebook, even Twitter, to be models of this type of sexual exploitation. And many of these videos are specifically rapes, the ones that have the most views, rapes to minors. I'm not going to provide further details about this, but the most well-known network for adult audiences, these videos have reached those audiences. And so in Colombia, 1,273 women, Venezuelan women, were rescued, victims of human trafficking. In Peru, out of 1,802 women that were rescued, 1,200 of them were Venezuelan. Of 796 people rescued in Ecuador, they were Venezuelan. In Chile, we have less numbers, but Chile has moved forward when combating this crime group, Tren del Agua. Some agents managed to dismantle this structure, and also they have managed to disorganize this group. There's people from the police of Peru who have managed to infiltrate these groups, and they managed to reduce the numbers, which were very significant. They managed to identify how the Tren de Aragua displaced even the people who were prostitutes. And in Bolivia, the numbers are impressive, because out of almost 1,000 women, 707 are Venezuelan women who were rescued by sexual exploitation. So these women arrive to each of the cities. The Tren de Aragua takes them from Caracas up to these cities. And since they don't have any documentation, they are not legal in their destination countries. So then they place them, they have to pay a fee for their home, for the use of cell phone, for the use of electricity. And it is so cruel, because if they don't pay, they know where their family members live in Venezuela. So many of their family members have been killed if they don't pay. This is another route. This is the route that we already know in the West. The other one is what our colleagues have already mentioned, but the number of Venezuelan migrants using Colombia, which is a second migration. Many people have come out of Peru or from Colombia trying to get to the United States. These are the numbers. In the year 2022, 120 out of these migrants were women and children. So these picture says it all. These are Venezuelan kids and women that were going through the jungle. In the year 2023, 120 people. And in 2024, as of today, in November, we have 122,000. Out of 105 were Venezuelan women. And this criminal group that I just mentioned has a headquarters in Texas also, in the city of El Paso in Texas. And in September, one woman who was a member of this group was caught by the authorities, and she was doing this human trafficking for sexual exploitation. So what do I want to say with this? The migrants, what they need in order to work legally is documentation, because what they need is dignity. The Venezuelan migrants, when they arrive to their destination countries, they need documents. And the difference in the treatment that they receive from the country where they arrive is what marks the difference between the integration with dignity or being vulnerable to criminal groups. What is the main problem that every country has? Well, but how can I trust in this immigrant who comes in without documents or comes in with this document that doesn't have an official seal, that doesn't have the criminal backgrounds? How can I trust in him? You don't have a choice. The Venezuelan regime is providing official documents to the people that they are interested in. For example, about a month ago, the security minister of Argentina discovered this very important case, which was a citizen that had been a ghost to the authorities, the Argentinian authorities. He had planned some attacks against the diplomatic Israeli institution and also with the Jewish institution. So this citizen who was a ghost, Karaki was the last name, he had disappeared from the intelligence agencies. So this citizen was nationalized as a citizen and he has a new identity with another name. So it's not that they don't want to deliver documents, it's because they are capable of producing documents to other people. So at a security level, you do have a challenge, which is that a Venezuelan citizen doesn't have their own documents, but you have other citizens who are not Venezuelan, who are transiting around the world and are part of this caravan of migrants transiting through Central America with Venezuelan documents, and these people are not even Venezuelans. So that is a big challenge for the security of the countries of the region. So most of our citizens, 90% who are good people who want to get to the countries to work, to study, who they have a huge problem to, for example, revalidate their diplomas, their degrees, to have a cell phone, to be able to rent a home and to work legally, and they cannot do it. So they see other people coming in with Venezuelan documents who don't even speak Spanish. So please look beyond the normal immigrant that needs to work and cannot work. And the important differences. When an immigrator comes in and they don't have anything and they are received with dignity, with respect, they are being heard, they are being offered with the opportunity of having a document whenever they arrive, and it's not being treated as a criminal, but they are being treated with respect, with dignity. They are being provided with an identity document, a temporary identity document, and they are allowed to have access to health services. They are allowed to have their children in school and to have a document with which they can move within the country to get a job immediately. That is a benefit for the country because they are integrated, because they pay taxes, because they become a citizen, and because the police has their information, because you as a country, you have a benefit when the immigrant is integrated. The security challenges are different. If that immigrant, if you already have them in your database, your police database, that's a benefit for you. If that's an immigrant that's working illegally and it's not providing to the state, then you are losing. And one very important number, the Reserve Bank of Peru said that the Venezuelans are providing the GDP of the country 0.3%. So the differences are important. What are the challenges? And this is the end. To eliminate the barriers so that immigration is done in an orderly manner, in a humane manner. If you place an obstacle to an orderly immigration, they're going to move through the sides. They're going to find other routes. They're going to go through illegal routes. To exchange also good practices with the country where the human trafficking has been mitigated. Why do we don't have these big numbers in Brazil of women trafficking? Because all of the migrators who come to the border, they receive a document, because it's very hard that a Venezuelan woman who comes into Brazil with 2 kids doesn't have documents, because they do have documents. So that's a woman who is not going to fall into these criminal networks because she already has a document that says, I am a refugee. I am a temporary resident. So these networks, these criminal networks, don't get to her because this is a woman who can get a job and she has the right to have a job since the day one, since she arrived in Brazil. So let's exchange good practices because we are in a forum in order to exchange good practices, to understand that there will not be cooperation or with Venezuela, with the government of Venezuela. Please understand this. The transnational crime coming from Venezuela is a reality, and a part of the government is part of its structure. To share intelligence information with the countries that are struggling and are moving forward, do it with Chile, with Peru, with Colombia. You need to share information, intelligence information, and also to reduce the biases, xenophobia. I'm asking this as a Venezuelan. Please, we need to end with this xenophobia to Venezuelans. We only want dignity.
Gracias a usted, doctora Belandria, por compartir con nosotros este tema,
Belandria, for sharing this
desafío para
topic,
la seguridad hemisférica.
challenges for hemispheric security. When we talk about migration, we talk about human rights, a sensitive issue that touches our hearts and feelings. Now we are at the Q&A section, and from the audience in Peru, this is the question. Are there evidences that migration flows in the region are related to criminal organizations, transnational criminal organizations? Evidence that the migration flow is carried out by criminal organizations? No evidence, but there are evidence that within the migration flows, there are people belonging to criminal organizations, not only people from transnational crime organizations, but also people who belong to specific political groups to generate, to alter the public order and agitation in some countries, such as it happened in 2019. This has been proved by intelligence bodies. Thank you. I think this responds the question from the audience. Unfortunately, due to time reasons, we cannot do the other questions through the YouTube channel. Dr. Maria Teresa Belandria, on behalf of the Inter-American Defense Board and the audience and the panelists, we want to thank you for your time sharing your knowledge. Please be sure this will be very useful in the development of our civilian and military actions. We wish you success. In 21st century, armed forces must guard the defense of the national borders and the country. Having said that, I have the honor to introduce the next panelist, General Division of the Army of Brazil, Elder de Freitas Braga. He is commander of the Logistic and Humanitarian Task Force, Acolida. He is a parachute of France, Uruguay, and the United States. He's an honored parachute. He has received different medals. Mariscal Osorio Merechal, Airland Merit, Pacifier of the Order of Military Merit, Commendator Degree, Order of Aeronautic Merit, Santos Dumont Merit, Merit to the Defense, and he was in charge of the 12th Brigade of Light Infantry in Caçapava and of the Parachutes Infantry Brigade, both forces of the strategic employment of the Brazilian army, and he was chief of the Center of Coordination of Operation of the Military Command of the East. At the moment, he is the commander of the Logistical Humanitarian Task Force of Acolida. Our distinguished general will share with us the topic of Operation Acolida, challenges and lessons learned. My General Elder de Prestal Braga, welcome. We thank you for your presence here and for taking time of your tight agenda to share this so important topic with us. The floor is yours.
Correcto, sí.
Do you
La
hear
podemos
me?
observar.
Do you hear me?
Y la escuchamos.
Yes, we can see your slide. For me, it's an honor to participate in this panel, and I'm proud of participating in the Operation Acolida. This has marked my career. I haven't been in actions of this size. I have been always on the other side of the activities. This is a very successful operation, not said only by me, but by the people who visit and know our operation.
Então, nós vamos apresentar aí rapidamente o arcabouço normativo do Estado
Quickly, we are
brasileiro,
going to see the regulations of the Brazil,
consciência situacional,
the task force, missions and characteristics, and a conclusion. I hope I can develop this in the 15 minutes I have been assigned.
ele resolveu ser país acolhedor.
Brazil decided to be a host country, and for that, it created a legislation before the Acolida operation started, which started in 2018. We already had the refugee status and others, and quickly it was the emergency situation of Venezuela. All of these facilitated the procedures of documents for them. Later, all other decrees were established, everything with the juridical support for the Acolida operation. The recognition of the crisis is a response of the Brazilian state. After that recognition, the Humanitarian Logistic Task Force was created. We are going to show you a little bit more about this. There is an interagency coordination. I will show all of this, that this is with the purpose of expanding all these capacities. Pacaraima, Boa Vista. Well, today we are in Boa Vista and Pacaraima because the emergency situation in Manaus has been considered terminated. Here is our governance flowchart. We have a committee at ministerial level where 13 ministries participate, and the coordination belongs to the civil house. At the strategical level, there are 13 committees, and at operational level, my level, I had been assigned operational coordinator together with other institutions. I just do the coordination, and together with me, other institutions participate. I am also the executive secretary for the purpose of public resources management. Once the coordinations at the operational level are made, we see the tactic level, and I am a commander for the humanitarian logistic task force. And at the operational level, the bodies have their own support. The Acolida operation is comprised by more than 100 national and international organizations, private initiative, and civil society. If at some point it is said that me or us, all of these bodies, all of these stakeholders are more than 100 organizations, the mission of the operation is to cooperate. That's the word, cooperate with federative bodies, the state of Roraima and the municipalities of Boa Vista and Pacaraima. While this situation of vulnerability remains and the migration flows towards our country from Venezuela, focusing those three actions, these are the components or organization of the borders, shelter, and coordination. Everything starts when the Venezuelans come. Before we started the Acolida operation, they go through the border control. They reach the border in Paracaraima or in another part of the national territory. If they don't come through Pacaraima, and nearly 80% comes through Pacaraima, and they ask for a temporary visa. At the same time, our forces have another operation, and they work jointly with Acolida, is the defense of the border. So we have an operation called Control, implemented by the Brazilian army. A parallel operation without belonging to Acolida focuses on security of the border. After doing this initial phase, then it starts the organization of the border. This is a sanitation barrier where people go through if they have an illness, infectious, contagious illnesses, so they go to isolation. Otherwise, they take all the measurements of the Ministry of Health, and once this is done, they go to their regularization, their migration regularization. They ask their documents if they want to be residents or if they want to be refugees. The next component is here acolimiento, that's acogida in Spanish, which is the welcome or reception. They have shelters, support, subsistence, protection, etc. Then we have integration. This is the great component of the welcome operation. There is a way, how can they get a job, and also income tax, and in the region of Roraima as well as in the rest of Brazil, they receive a labor training so that they can get some knowledge. So that they can get a job. We include the teaching of Portuguese
na nossa interiorização,
And we
que
have a
faz parte da
variation,
integração.
and then it goes
Então,
to
aí
the
é a mobilização,
interiorization. That's part of their integration.
interiorização no
It
território
includes
nacional.
mobilization,
Então, com a logística
distribution, and
de porta a porta,
interiorization of
onde
the
nós
national territory.
levamos o nosso venezuelano para as mais diversas regiões do Brasil, para que eles possam dar
We
continuidade à sua vida.
send them to the different regions of the
Alguma
country
coisa de
so they can
consciência
continue with
situacional,
their
boa
lives.
parte já foi dita, a migração dos
Situational
venezuelanos no mundo, na
consciousness,
América Latina,
well,
você tem
migration of
rapidamente
Venezuelans
entrada no
in the
Brasil,
world and in
10.500
Latin
pessoas,
America,
e por
an
lá,
average in
8.500.
Brazil is
Isso daí são dados que a gente tem desde o
10,500
ano de 2024.
by month.
E aqui os números que a
And
gente já
in the
interiorizou.
state of
Mais de
Roraima,
140.000 venezuelanos já foram interiorizados para
8,500
todo o Brasil,
daily,
num total de mais de
and
1.000 cidades.
140,000 of
Então,
Venezuelans have been
são
interiorized,
e repito,
or
essa logística é feita de porta a porta.
and other cities. We have the data
Fatores de
on the
sucesso
screen.
da operação
So,
dentro daquela
success
ideia
factors
de
of the
lições aprendidas.
operation
Então, a operação acolhida
within
é
the
uma
idea of
resposta
lessons learned.
interministerial,
The
acordo de cooperação com as
host
agências órgãos da
operation
sociedade civil
is
organizadas,
in
coordenação
agreement with the
operacional,
United Nations and civil
governança por todos os
society,
níveis decisórios.
cooperation
Então, eu e Roraima,
agencies,
praticamente faço a coordenação
and
com todas as agências
few
e já me
levels of
ligo
decision
direto
making.
com
So we
aqueles
practically
subcomitês, mas
communicate with
também
all
tem
the
canal
agencies
aberto
and
com
with the
o
subcommittees.
CEFAI, o
We
Comitê
also have an
Federal
open
de
channel
Assistência Emergencial.
with the
E nós
Federal
temos a
Committee
Força-Tarefa
of
Logística
Emergency
Humanitária, que é o
Assistance, and we have
componente
the Task
militar.
Force
Mas como vocês
Humanitarian
vão ver mais à
Logistic.
frente,
This is
os
a military
militares nesta
component. As you
operação,
can see,
eles estão
military in
no
this
bastidor.
operation,
Eles fazem algumas ações, eu vou mostrar mais à frente, e a estratégia da interiorização,
they are not
com
in the
certeza,
front
é um
line.
fator
The
de
interiorization
sucesso dessa nossa
strategy,
operação.
for sure, is a success
O
factor in
papel
our
das
operation.
Forças Armadas na
The
resposta
role
do
of
Estado
the armed
nessas ações.
forces
Então,
in the response of the
prestar
state in these actions
o apoio logístico a todas
is
as fases da
about
operação,
providing
a
logistical support to all the phases of the
e a
operation. Well, about
Ressalto que
infrastructure and
a
security, I
segurança nós
highlight
fazemos não com os
that
militares, mas terceirizando serviços
security is
por
not
meio
with
de
the military, but with
contratadas.
other services through companies. And all these actions are always with a focus on preparing for the local bodies.
Ou seja, das Forças Armadas. A
The
Força-Tarefa
actions of our
Marinha e Aeronáutica.
task
Então, nós
force
temos
is
contingente
comprised by the
que
Army,
muda a cada
Navy,
5
and
meses.
Air Force.
E ele é o responsável
It
pela
changes
execução das
every 5
tarefas
months who is the
logísticas.
responsible for
Também
the
de
execution
segurança,
of the
também de infraestrutura.
logistical
Cabe
tasks.
ressaltar que nos
The same goes for
nós temos a
security
coordenação
and
militar. São
infrastructure,
apenas
and we
4
do
militares
military
para executar
coordination.
aquelas
We have
3
just
missões.
4
Segurança,
military to implement the
infraestrutura e
3
logística.
missions: security,
Todas as demais
infrastructure, and
ações
logistics.
são realizadas
All
pelas
the rest
agências
of the actions are
parceiras.
implemented by the
Nós temos
different
também o Centro de
associated
Operações
agencies.
Logísticas, que
We
vai
have the Center of
fazer o
Logistic
controle da prestação dos
Operations.
serviços
They
logísticos.
control
E aqui, por meio
the
de empresas
provision of
contratadas.
logistic services and through
E ainda
companies
temos a
hired
coordenação de operações de
that
engenharia,
have been
que vai
hired. We
realizar
have
as
the
obras e serviços de
coordination of
engenharia,
engineers,
justamente naquilo
coordinations.
que
They will
nós
do
fazemos
works
muito,
and
que é
services of
o cuidado
engineering,
da
and we do a
infraestrutura,
lot is
abrirmos
taking care of
infraestrutura das
infrastructure,
instalações da
and
operação acolhida.
also we
Para isso, nós
have
contamos com o departamento de engenharia,
shelters, and
composto
for
por
that we
contingente
have
e
the
apoio
engineer,
suplementar de batalhão de
the
engenharia e,
engineer
por
unit,
coincidência,
and we have a
em
battalion,
imprevisto. E,
engineer
além disso,
battalion,
empresas contratadas.
and also we have
E, por fim,
companies
a nosso
hired.
quarto vetor para fazer com que as coisas
Finally,
funcionem, nós temos uma
our
unidade
4
gestora
components
executora,
is that we
que
have a
é a
unit, a
responsável pela
management unit,
aquisição e
implementing unit
contratação
responsible
de todos
for
os
the
serviços,
purchasing
de tudo que a gente
and
precisa
hiring of all the
contratar. Então,
services
ela
of
faz a
everything we need
gestão
here.
orçamentária, financeira, contábil
This
e
unit
patrimonial
does the
da nossa
budget,
operação.
accounting, and the patrimony of our operation.
Posso dizer que a gente vai deixar de legado ao Estado brasileiro.
What can I
Como eu
say
falei,
that we have
nós vamos deixar
as a legacy for the Brazilian state? We are going to leave the Acolhida operation with its 100 stakeholders, the protocol of fast response, and also a complete organization, and all of these elements, or not only the shelters, all the infrastructures we have created to do. So the migrants have their documents, and the treatment of data, we have a safeguarding. It is a legacy, also the training, interagency humanitarian training for all the humanitarian agents receive training, and the development of the front border region with equipment and improvement and increasing employability. To conclude, the state perspective, this picture shows how the Pacaraima streets were in February 2018 when the Acolhida operation started. Then Boa Vista below, people were in a very difficult situation, and the city didn't have the conditions to help them. And the Brazilian state intervened and set the Acolhida operation. Now we have normalized everything within an emergency perspective, with shelters working, giving a very good quality of life within everything we understand as an emergency, whether these are housing, shelters, their IDs, and the interiorization through our actions. In a perspective of migrants, we see people who came by walking from 2018 to 2020. Today is few people, but in the past it was more, and they brought in their suitcases few goods, and they were just walking more than 1,000 kilometers to reach Pacaraima, to the Acolhida operation, so that they could get their migration regulation, and they were sheltered with food. At the moment they reached the operation, they had the right for breakfast, etc., all the rights and everything we already have mentioned. And symbolically, they go to a new place to start their life and contribute so that they can integrate Brazilians and migrants can integrate each other, I mean, and they can also be received, welcomed by their own relatives who migrated before. Because of the time, this has been very brief, and I thank you for allowing me this participation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you. This has been very interesting to hear from your own voice the successes of this successful operation, Acolhida operation. Please be sure that this is a referent, that is going to be taken into account for lessons learned for the military and the different officials of the countries in our hemisphere. Thank you so much for your time. General of Division Braga, commander of the Task Force of Acolhida, on behalf of the Inter-American Defense Board, we want to thank you for sharing the details of this successful operation. This will help us to guide us in the development of our actions as military and in the civilian realm also. Thank you for your time and success. we wish you
La
success in
migración
your
hacia la República
role.
Dominicana no solo
Migration to
representa un
Dominican
desafío
Republic not
demográfico,
only
sino
represents
también un
a
reto a la
demographic
gestión de la
challenge,
seguridad y
but a
los derechos
challenge
humanos,
in
especialmente en la
human
frontera con
rights
Haití,
and
donde
management
los
of
flujos
human rights,
migratorios
mainly in the
son
border with Haiti,
constantes y
where the
afectan la
migration
estructura
flows are
social y
permanent and
económica
affect
de
the
ambas
social and
naciones.
economic
Es una
structure of
cita del
both
Instituto
nations. This
Nacional de
is a quote
Migración
from the National Institute of
IOIM.
Migration.
Acto seguido, tengo el honor de
I have
presentarle
the
a
honor
nuestro
now
siguiente
to
panelista,
introduce our
el
next
general de brigada
panelist,
Rafael Núñez Veloz, del
General
Ejército de
of
República
Brigade
Dominicana.
Rafael
El
Núñez
general
Veloz
Núñez
from the
Veloz es el
Dominican
actual
Republic
inspector general del
Army.
Ejército de
He is the
República
General
Dominicana.
Inspector of
Dentro de sus
the
principales
Dominican
cargos
Republic
destaca director de planes y
Army.
proyectos
He has
del
been
Estado Mayor
Director of
Conjunto
Plans
del
and
Ministerio de
Projects
Defensa,
of the
J3,
Ministry of
director general de Asuntos
Defense,
Internos del
General
Ministerio
Director
de
of
Defensa,
Internal Affairs of
director
the
de
Ministry of
Extranjería de la
Defense,
Dirección General de
Director of Foreign
Migración,
Affairs of
director de
of
Inteligencia del Estado
Migration,
Mayor
Director of
Conjunto del
Intelligence
Ministerio
of
de
the High
Defensa,
Command,
J2, director de Contrainteligencia del
Director of
Departamento Nacional
Counterintelligence
de
of the National
Investigaciones,
Department of
anteriormente DNI,
Investigation,
y jefe del Cuerpo de
and
Cadetes,
head
Academia
of the
Militar Batalla
cadets
Las Carreras.
body.
Posee una maestría en
He has a
Seguridad y Defensa
master's
Nacional
degree
de la
on
Escuela de
security
Graduados
and
de Altos
national
Estudios
defense
Estratégicos,
of the
Ministerio de
High
Defensa,
Strategic
curso de
Studies
Inteligencia y
School,
Seguridad Nacional,
a course on
Taipei,
intelligence
República de China,
in
Taiwán.
Taipei, China,
Curso
Taiwan.
Comando y Estado Mayor, Command and General Staff
Command
College,
and
Missouri,
General Staff
Kansas.
College in Missouri,
Licenciatura en Derecho,
Kansas.
Universidad Tecnológica
A
de
bachelor's
Santiago
degree
UTESA,
in law
Santo Domingo.
in Santo
Curso
Domingo.
avanzado en seguridad
Advanced
física,
course in
Federal
physical
Law
security,
Enforcement,
Federal law
Training Center en
enforcement
Bridgewater, Georgia,
in
Estados
Georgia,
Unidos. Curso
United States of
Comando y Plano
America,
Mayor, Fort Benning, Georgia, Estados
and also
Unidos.
courses in Benning,
Recibamos
Georgia,
con un
United
caluroso
States.
saludo al general
Please
Rafael
let's
Núñez
receive
Veloz,
General
quien compartirá el tema
Rafael
Flujos
Núñez
migratorios
Veloz.
hacia
He
la
will talk
República
about
Dominicana.
migration flows
Lecciones
towards the
aprendidas.
Dominican
Mi
Republic,
general, muchísimas
lessons learned.
gracias por
My
compartir
general,
este
thank you so
escenario
much for
con
sharing this
nosotros y
scenario
sacar de
with
su tan
us
apretada agenda.
and
Es un
taking
honor
time
recibirle.
from your
La
tight
audiencia es
agenda
suya.
to be here with us. The floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias por la presentación, mi
Thank you
coronel
so
Rodríguez
much
Martínez de
for
la Fuerza
the
Aérea de la República
introduction, my
Dominicana.
colonel.
Muy buenas tardes para toda
Good
la audiencia.
afternoon,
Quiero
everybody.
en primer lugar agradecer a la
First of all, I
Junta
want to
Interamericana
thank
de
the
Defensa y su
Inter-American
liderazgo
Defense
por
Board
la
and its
preparación de tan
leadership
importante
for the preparation of such an
seminario.
important
También
seminar.
agradecerle por
And also, I want to thank you for allowing me to be part of
continuar las
the
presentaciones
presenters.
correspondientes al seminario. Como muy bien usted planteó,
As you
coronel
said,
Rodríguez,
my
vamos a
Colonel
conversar sobre
Rodriguez, we are going
los
to
flujos
talk
migratorios
about the
de
migration
nacionales
flows
hacia la República
of
Dominicana.
Haitian
Para tales
nationals
fines,
towards the Dominican Republic.
Se está presentando, vamos a ver ahora exactamente, vamos a conversarle
We are
sobre
going
los
to
flujos,
talk about
propiamente dicho, pero en el contexto actual
the
conversaremos sobre el
migration
impacto
flows, but
de estos
in the
flujos
present
migratorios en la República
context,
Dominicana,
we are
y
going to talk about the
vamos a conversar
impact
brevemente
on
sobre las
Dominican
buenas
Republic.
prácticas y las lecciones
And
que han
finally,
aprendido
we are
las
going
Fuerzas
to talk
Armadas a
about
través del proceso de gestión de
good
estos flujos.
practices and lessons learned.
Los flujos migratorios haitianos hacia la República Dominicana.
Haitian
La población
migration
haitiana
flows.
constituye el
Well,
mayor colectivo
Haitian
de inmigrantes en
population
la
is the
República
biggest
Dominicana.
group
Estos
of
flujos migratorios
migrants to
constituyen
Dominican
una
Republic.
combinación
It's a
sumamente compleja de factores de
combination,
expulsión,
complex
factores
combination of
de expulsión que
expelling
configuran este
factors.
fenómeno. Por un lado tenemos la
On the
República de
one
Haití,
hand, we
un
have
país que tiene
Haiti,
ya varias décadas
a country
enfrentando
with several
inestabilidad política,
decades with
social y económica,
political
con unos
instability,
altísimos
social
niveles
instability,
de
economic
violencia,
instability,
una
with
pobreza
high
extrema, que como bien
breaks
sabemos,
of
pues,
violence.
lo constituye el hemisferio, quizás el que más, y uno de los más inseguros en la actualidad.
It's one of
Aunque
the
sumado
most
a la
insecure
proliferación de las
countries,
bandas,
added to
así
the
como también a los
proliferation of
recurrentes fenómenos atmosféricos que
criminal
afectan,
groups
pues, crean
and
unos
atmospheric
absolutos
phenomena affecting this country.
que día tras día provocan y empujan a sus connacionales a buscar mejores estilos de
This
vida fuera
provoked
de su
their
ajeno.
nationals
Por
to
otro lado,
try to
tenemos
look
entonces la
for
República
different
Dominicana,
places to live. And we have the Dominican Republic that, compared to other migration routes, it gives them better routes because of the geography. Both countries share an island, but the borders are weak. It has another attractive also. National productive sectors employ Haitians, mainly non-qualified labor in different sectors. The expelling factors, we understand insecurity is the most important. Between January, September 2024, as we can see, 3,900 civilians dead as a result of violence. These data are for you to have an idea. 24 dead police agents, 20
así como 27 comisariados de destacamento de la Policía Nacional Haitiana han sido vandalizados.
27 police stations have been attacked.
3 penitenciarías resultaron destruidas.
Three prisons have been destroyed. 13 hospitals are not working. When we add all this insecurity situation, this has created a significant fall in the imports of this country. According to the International Organization for Migration, more than 700,000 people are internally displaced. A huge amount of these people have crossed towards Dominican Republic and maybe other destinations. Regarding the impact of this migration, we must say that we are aware, and this is a reality, that these impacts in the Dominican Republic, especially strategic sectors for the development of Dominican Republic, such as health, education, and citizen security. In the case of health, according to the situation of the Ministry of Health of Dominican Republic, 60% of the budget he's not there is no
Se
sound.
está entrecortando su conexión, su comunicación. No le escuchamos. ¿Nos puedes escuchar? Bueno, parece que tenemos un problema
It looks
técnico.
like we
General
have
está con
technical
nosotros.
problems.
No le escuchamos, está en mute. Mi General Núñez.
General
Y la
Núñez,
presentación, por favor, ponerla.
and the presentation, please put it up.
Está en mute todavía. Ahora
You're on mute.
Ahora me escucha y están viendo la
Now, can you
presentación.
hear me? Can you
Sí,
look
señor.
at the
¿Dónde
presentation?
quedó?
Yes, sir.
Okay, muy bien. Le hablaba del
Perfect.
sector salud.
Then I was talking
Voy a
about the
voy a
health
tratar
sector.
de
I'm going to try to
repetirlo.
repeat
El sector
what I
salud
just said.
dedica el
So the
16%
health
de su
sector is
presupuesto
dedicating
para atender
16%
las
of
demandas de
the
salud
budget to take care of the
de los
health
nacionales
demands
haitianos,
of the
en su
Haitian
mayoría
population.
parturientas haitianas.
So
Como pueden ver
mostly
en este gráfico, en
pregnant
los
women.
últimos 5 años hay una
In the
tendencia
last
al
5
de
years,
lo que son los
there's
partos
an
de parturientas
increase
haitianas en
of
comparación
births
con los
from
partos
Haitian
de
people
parturientas dominicanas, lo que es
in comparison
de
to
preocupación para lo que es el Estado
Dominican births,
dominicano.
and this is of
Igualmente,
concern for the
en
Dominican
lo que tiene
state.
que ver también el sector de
Also,
educación, pues
in the
un
education sector,
porcentaje
a
significativo de su
significant
presupuesto
percentage of
se
its
destina
budget
para atender
is
las
being
demandas de
destined
educación
to
de
take
los
care of the
nacionales
education
haitianos,
demands of
cuya
the Haitian
matrícula
nationals.
tiene un crecimiento desproporcionado
And
cada
there's
año.
a
Como
growth,
podemos ver
a
aquí
very big
en
growth
este
every
gráfico,
year, as we can see
en
in
el
this
año
chart. In
2019,
the year
la matrícula era de
2019, it was
94.740
of
estudiantes haitianos,
94,740 students, Haitian students, that were occupying the classrooms of the national system. And then in 2023, now we have 173,416 students, Haitian students. So there's a growth of 80%. which is also very concerning for the Dominican state. In the security sector, it has also suffered an impact due to this migratory flows, specifically in the border areas where the armed forces, and in particular, the Army of the Dominican Republic, has increased its operations in order to counter-arrest the attempts of Haitians coming in irregularly to the Dominican Republic. So they have been using their personnel and their resources, and more than 50% of its operational staff is being used for the borders. Also in the Dominican Republic, the Air Force of the Dominican Republic, the specialized body of border security, and the other security forces have had to increase their presence at the borders so that they can plan together and coordinate the operations of prevention of all sorts of activities, delinquent, criminal activity, who are trafficking people through the terrestrial border. So this prolonged use of personnel, of equipment, and military resources, and also the use of the personnel and the equipment is just a challenge financially and logistically. So the state needs to balance the protection of the borders with other aspects of national security that have become even more serious after the year 2021 of the homicide of the Haitian president, due to the lack of reciprocity in the topic of border security that the Haitian authorities are offering. So now we're going to talk about good practices. So definitely the armed forces, as a consequence of these realities, has had to redesign itself and to use their military forces at the border in order to have levels of control and security that are adequate. One of these practices, in order to guarantee more control, was the implementation and the functioning in the year 2006 of a specialized team to guarantee the security and formal crossovers between the Dominican Republic and the Haitian Republic. In the borderline between Haiti and the Dominican Republic, there are four crossing spots, and this team needs to control these crossing spots, and they are also being assigned with other responsibilities in the borderline, considering as critical points, and they have been designated by the Minister of Defense so that this unit can comply with its mission. It has 1,100 personnel activated in the borderline. Also, as good practice, we have to mention the process of biometrics that started in 2023 by the National Direction of Intelligence. And since 2023, it started this process in order to elevate the levels of controls of the Haitian nationals that are coming into the Dominican Republic and in order to participate in the binational markets. The Dominican Republic and Haiti has a commercial activity that is very significant. Most of it is informal. And so in order to enter into it, the Dominican Republic is not demanding any documents. They just come into the destined area to do this economic activity, which is very important for the border regions. But we're talking about 10,000 in the year of Hasbon that were, so until 2023, these people were coming in without any type of documentation or registry. So thanks to this initiative from the intelligence division, as of today, about 230,000 Haitian nationals have been measured biometrically, and so this has allowed that their entrance is regulated and that there's more control since the implementation of this biometrics process. With regards to security, we can say that from 2022, the Dominican Republic, through the armed forces, was directing the project, the biggest project in the recent history in border security. And we're talking about the intelligent border forces. So this includes 164 kilometers and one road, one on each side of this gate or fence, border fence, and also the construction of 75 towers, supervision towers. And also there are technological solutions with which the project is going to become intelligent, and this will allow to have control on all of these kilometers of the border between the Dominican Republic and Haiti. So this technology system is going to include a camera system, radars, terrestrial and sea radars, also drones, movement sensors, and 4 centers of command and control that will allow to keep a control in everything that in the entire area of the border 24/7 in real time. As of today, the first phase of this project has been concluded, which is the construction of 48 kilometers of physical fence. So they have been built, and about 23 towers, supervision towers, vigilance towers have been built. With regards to the training, we can say that the armed forces are aware of their role that they are playing in this process of handling the migratory flows, because since many decades ago, they have implemented the School of Humanitarian International Law and Human Rights. And so they are trying to make aware the members of the army so that they create a culture of respect towards immigrants independently of their migratory status. So this school is a training center, a regional training center, which is directed to the members of the armed forces who are part of CEFAC. As of today, about 30,000 people have been trained in humanitarian law, in human rights in this center. And most of them are nationals, Dominican nationals, and about 5,500 are members of the armed forces of El Salvador, of Guatemala, of Honduras, and from Nicaragua. So as a good practice, we're going to refer to this process of regularizing, legalizing immigrants. So this process was done in 2013. The Dominican state wanted to reduce the extraordinary amount of foreigners that didn't have legal status in the country at that moment. So in order to apply this process, Dominican Republic was demanding a certificate, a birth certificate or a passport or an identity document together with other documents that would guarantee that this person that was going to remain for a prolonged time in the Dominican Republic was, and also we registered 260,000 people were benefited with different permits in order to remain in the Dominican Republic. Unfortunately, as of today, about 7 or 8% of that personnel have active documents or valid documents. And some of them haven't been able to gather all of the requirements in order to renovate their documents, because this is what is established in this process. This was in a decree in its Article 37 that once that a document was expired, in order to renovate it, the person had to go to the immigration office and to comply with the requirements that the law requires in order to renovate the document. Unfortunately, we all know about the lack of capacity that the Haiti Republic has to extend documents to its nationals, and this has affected them. So, because they are still remaining in the Dominican Republic, but their migratory status is expired. In order to conclude, we're going to refer to some of the lessons that the armed forces have learned in this process, which has been very valuable. And definitely with these experiences that the armed forces have acquired through time by dealing with this phenomena, besides improving their operational capacity, they have been able to refocus the way how they treat migrants, and they are treating them with dignity and with ethics, balancing the security and the protection of our sovereignty, and also with the respect that we have to have for migrants. I'm going to also refer to the continuous training that definitely has to be ongoing, because there's definitely actors in the organisms that are carrying out all these operations that are violating the due process. Maybe this doesn't happen frequently, but in many cases, they endanger the legitimacy of the planning that has been done by professionals of the armed forces and also by immigration. But thanks to the initiatives of the armed forces, there's a process for ongoing training, and these situations have been reduced. And lastly, I'm going to refer to the lessons learned, to the strengthening of the international cooperation in benefit of the Republic of Haiti. So we understand that the crisis that exists right now in Haiti demands an urgent intervention of the international community in order to contribute to face this very profound and instability, economic and political instability that is going on in that country for many decades, with very high levels of violence and insecurity and extreme poverty that is driving them daily to look for other destinations outside of their country. We understand and we are aware that even though we have very effective controls at the border, and if we have very efficient operations inside the Dominican Republic, while that instability exists, those migratory flows towards the Dominican Republic and toward other destinations in the region will not change. So it is indispensable that the international community intervenes with projects of sustainable development that immediately can leverage and mitigate the suffering that those more than 12 million people are living in Haiti. And that you also establish the basis for a more stable country. And we understand that if Haiti improves, the migratory flows are going to be reduced, and as a consequence, we're going to have a region that is a lot more stable. Thank you very much. This is how we conclude our presentation, and from here, from the offices of the Army of the Dominican Republic, we are ready in case you have any type of questions. We're available. Thank you, General Núñez Veloz, for this perspective and this overview that you just gave us with regards to migratory flows to the Dominican Republic and the lessons learned. I am sure that the situation of our country and the lessons learned that we have in the topic of migratory flows, it will be used as an example for other countries in the hemisphere. Unfortunately, we have several questions. Well, not unfortunately, we do have several questions from our members of the audience who are with us, but unfortunately, due to time, it is not possible to do them So thank you again for your time. General of Brigade Rafael Núñez Veloz, General Inspector of the Army of the Dominican Republic, in the name of the IADB and of the hybrid audience, the in-person audience and the virtual audience of more than 4,000 people and from 38 countries that are joining us in this seminar of migratory flows in the hemisphere. We want to thank you for the time provided, and thank you for sharing the lessons learned from our country, from these countries with regards to this topic. Thank you very much, and we wish you success in your activities. Thank you for allowing us to participate. Immigration is a national expression of the human search to look for new ways of life. Every immigrant takes along with him its belongings, but also their dreams, their hopes, and the wish of a more abundant future for him and their generations. The former Secretary of the UN, Ban Ki-moon, established, I quote, "Migration is not just a physical movement of people, but a movement of ideas, cultures, and also opportunities." Right now, I have the honor to present our last presenter, Dr. Omar Andrés García Calderón. Dr. García Calderón is Honduran. He has 5 diplomas from prestigious University of Honduras, including a diploma in foreign affairs and diplomacy, also a course in defense and security policies, and also national development from the Defense University of Taiwan, a course on geopolitics and geoeconomic, geostrategy, and also climate change. He has a degree in business from the UNA, a master's in finance, a master's in marketing, and a doctorate in business administration from AIU, Florida, in the United States. He was a public officer for 23 years at the BCH. He is a consultant, an advisor, a trainer, and researcher of many public and private institutions, such as the Institute of San Remo, Italia, of Humanitarian Law. Also, the Texas Global Institute, CGI International Consultants. He is an associate professor of several universities. He is also a country builder. He is known as a country builder, and he is also an advisor in democratic governance, public policies, planning, strategy, market research, and economic trends and social trends. Migration, and he is also a reference for such topics at a national and international levels. And he is convinced in making people grow. Dr. Garcia Calderon will be presenting the topic Lessons Learned Honduras. Dr. Garcia, good afternoon. Thank you for sharing with us your experience with our audience in this seminar of migratory flows in the hemisphere. Thank you for your time and for being with us. The floor is yours.
No lo escuchamos. Usted está en mute,
We
doctor.
cannot hear you, doctor.
¿Ahora sí me escucha?
Sí,
Do you hear
señor.
me
¿Se puede
now?
ampliar su presentación?
Yes, sir.
Sí, con gusto. Que se me movió ahorita mientras la estábamos.
Can you expand your presentation? Yes, I will. Just hold on a second.
Listo, señor.
Muy amable, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Bien, agradezco al liderazgo del Colegio
I thank the
Interamericano de
leadership
Defensa
of
por
the
su invitación a
Inter-American
participar
Defense
como
School
orador
for
en
your
este seminario
invitation to
Flujos Migratorios en el
participate as a
Hemisferio y
presenter
ponerlos
in
en el
this
contexto de
seminar
las
of
lecciones
migration
aprendidas con
flows in
las
the
Fuerzas Armadas
hemisphere
hondureñas sobre el tema
and to
migratorio.
present the
Y a la vez quiero enviar un
lessons learned
respetuoso
from the
y
armed
fraternal
forces of
saludo a sus
Honduras. I
participantes
want
de
to
hoy y de
send a
mañana, pues el
respectful
tema seguirá
greeting
vigente a lo largo y ancho
to the
de
participants
América.
today
A
and
continuación,
tomorrow.
entonces, hablaré acerca de ello
I will talk about this topic, and I want to say at this moment the opinions, conclusions, and recommendations expressed, implied in the present presentation are the only and sole responsibility of the invited to this event. So the Inter-American Defense School is not responsible of the opinions in this presentation, neither from the Inter-American Defense School or the Inter-American Defense Board or the Organization of American States. I want to share with you this quote. I developed this in 2018. I don't think a free man who borns poor must die poor, but I do believe a man who borns rich can die poor. Give it a free man, water, land, work, shelter, tortilla, transparency, justice, education, and health, and he will not abandon his country. Take him out all of these, some of these, and he will think about it. Then he will act, and lastly, he will leave. Well, this is what I've been thinking. We are seeing the migration flow is very strong in function of something transcendent. And I will remember that the Central American Armed Forces and the International Committee of the Red Cross agreed in Tegucigalpa 3 years ago about the role of the armed forces on migration issues and the need of protection of the people in movement in the Central American region. They said, it is important to remember that migration is a phenomenon that goes beyond security or physical borders of the countries. One of the best responses of the armed forces before the need of protection of the migrant population is derivation, coordination, and information coordinated with the civilian authorities of the state. We all remember this analogy of the blind. This is a tale of India when some blind tried to tie an elephant. When someone touched the leg, he said, he's a tree. No, it's not a tree. This animal is big, they said. They were confused because they were blind. We need to talk about several situations. Let's talk about lessons learned in Honduras, mainly in the armed forces. I'm going to talk about two aspects, the here and now and the participation of the armed forces in migrations, lessons learned, experiences, and good practices. In the here and now, the international framework of migration, before we used to see this in the news. We saw people who were by themselves to Mexico. Some of them were accompanied. And in Europe, we saw migration flows from Africa, countries that they were defenders of human rights, and they started with strong policies for something unexpected, the strong flow of those people migrating. When we see migration routes in the planet, most of them are looking to reach the hemisphere. I think it is very important we talk about this, not only from about Asia are coming, but also from the South America to the North of America. And that means routes are being established. They go through countries, through our countries. We see some routes that they divide in Mexico. They get in from the side of Guatemala in the border of Mexico, and they divide when they reach to the southern states of the United States. What is the migration dynamic we are seeing from South America through the Darien, going through Panama, and in a situation in Costa Rica and Nicaragua, all the Pacific area is the route where we can see migration. In the case of the Northern Triangle, We are talking about Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala. It is strong. Our Mesoamerica used to see this, but now we are seeing this. How is it possible that we came from this to this? It implies that the countries are suffering certain situations we've been talking about, my predecessors in the use of the floor. In that sense, I just have to remember that migrants are suffering risk, every type of risk. In the case of Hondurans, have lost legs, arms, trying to get the train, or trying to get to a tree, or different machines, or in a fast train, trying to get into a fast train. How boys and young people, women, many people have been dying, drowned in the rivers, and that is something that really implies every type of risks, but risk also about words that have been mentioned: xenophobia, intolerance, situations that the impact of that flow, when it is irregular, leaves an impact in the localities where they are passing through, and impacts all types of impacts. At the end of the day, when we see the case of Honduras, in the case of Hondurans, 4 years ago, Honduras used to be a destination country, but this has been changed to something where the migration dynamics, where there are transit countries and there are origin countries. The case of Honduras used to have certain history of being an origin country, but many people used to come to Honduras from Central America due to the conflict situation, and at the end of the last year, where the doctrine of national security generated displaced people, refugees, internal migrants. In the case of Honduras, we are fighting with two types of strong migration flows: an exit migration because of the origin, and another migration of transit. And obviously, this leads us to learn that this is affecting us all. The Northern Triangle, the countries of North America, Mexico, United States, and Canada. That is why we have been trying to set a situation that the mobilization must be respected, the human mobilization. And in this sense, we have the participation of the armed forces. I was thinking, okay, armed forces on migration issues, when you ask the right questions, it is very complex. It's not so easy. In the case of my country, the United Nations asked Honduras to strengthen the opportunities to mitigate the migration displacement due to the fact that we have an important cross point. Honduras has expanded, the United Nations has expanded the support on this. So the International Organization of Migration has expanded support for technical assistance in its struggle against all the crimes related to this problem. So our country has been facing this. In 2023, 545,000 migrants from different nationalities, mainly from Venezuela, were reported crossing our territory. And also 51,000 returnees were accounted for in the official data. So our territory, well, 216,000 people have crossed the territory, and this is highly significant. It is estimated that an average of 1,400 migrants come daily and go through the Honduran borders. They want to reach Guatemala, Mexico, the United States. What is happening here and now regarding this situation? Honduras has to address two aspects, migration and crime, fighting crime. Alvarado, in a presentation last year in the Inter-American School of Defense, he said there are different levels of action with a regulatory framework. Okay, the armed forces must do national defense, struggle. They have to fight drug trafficking, and they also have to participate in citizen security tasks against drug trafficking and internal security. Also, risk management, natural disaster and national emergency assistance, and participation in the national development, and then migration. Our armed forces develop national defense, ensuring the constitutional order, stability of government, legal government, cooperation, participation in national development, support to elections, etc. What do we have right now? There is an integral anti-extortion plan and connected crimes. It has been established to combat drug trafficking and other illicits. And the purpose of these operations is to prevent the incoming of members of criminal structures. We have been established in our borders this with Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua. What lessons learned we have in addition to combating organized crime? But also we need, according to our juridical framework, we need to support other secretariats in the country regarding migration. Well, one lesson learned is that interinstitutional coordination is necessary, and effective collaboration between armed forces and state institutions, such as National Police, General Direction of Migration, and Ministry of Security. This synergies allows an integrated approach. We are talking about an enormous amount of people. The challenge is to know how many come in and how many go out. We need to know their conditions, and we have been given instructions to accelerate migration, because migration is a human right, or maybe sometimes it's a human duty. Another thing we've learned is that we need to adapt to dynamic changes. We used to see people in small groups coming to our country, living in our country, and we knew that they were using communication ways, but 5 years ago, we started to see massive migration. This is strong. We need to learn from this. And this has turned into a highly variable situation. It is crucial for Honduran armed forces to adapt quickly to the new trends and challenges. This includes understanding and assisting changes in the migratory patterns and new routes and new ways of transport being used to cross our territory. What we see is irregular migrations. We don't use illegal migrations. According to the international law, we use irregular migration. In that sense, we see we need to understand these routes that are being created and fixing in the points where people are being registered and set the presence of the state in the assistance. Another thing learned is that we need comprehensive training. These changes have required continuous training on human rights, migration procedures, communication techniques, and that's key for the military staff. They must be professional, respectful, and aligned to international standards without hurting our sovereignty. We have learned that international cooperation from the civilian side and military side in the region has allowed us to reach agreements and recognize that we are going almost through the same assistance problem towards this mass of migration going through our countries. What relevant experiences we have seen? Okay, we have made joint operations. This is a picture of military forces from Honduras and Nicaragua in an area of La Mosquitia, which is an area with ethnic presence in the middle of the border of the two countries, Honduras and Nicaragua, in the department of Gracias a Dios. These joint operations has been in the western and eastern part of the country. We require the participation of the public security forces, the police, and in that sense, we are learning to collaborate in a special way through CEFAC and the military agreements of assistance in the eastern and western part of the country. Humanitarian assistance. Our armed forces are participating in this. So far, we haven't received or faced critics regarding the armed forces and its contact with migrants, irregular migrants in transit through our country, neither from Hondurans who decide to abandon our country. Good practices. This has helped us a lot. We need to manage governance indicators. In the case of IGM, supported by IOM, Honduras
obligado en forma natural o coyuntural, pues tenemos que participar en
we have to participate of this. There are very well-defined protocols. We need to ensure the migration flows are respected and ensuring people, regardless their social condition, gender, age, religion, we must to comply with the protocols we are learning about. And 2 weeks ago, there was a report at national level on how we have started to apply these indicators of governance. We have learned about transparency and accountability. This is very necessary. Central America and mainly the Northern Triangle, the main motors of migration is one, climate change, and two, corruption and impunity. These two push people to abandon their country. That is why we have clarity that we must apply these governance indicators and within them transparency and accountability. Accountability is important. This has to do with public presentations in the municipalities that are key for assistance and implementation of protocols of the crossing of migrants. This leads us to a situation of communication and sensitization with migrants. The armed forces are supporting institutions, the institutions in the human contact with migrants, helping them, supporting them, using resources for them so we don't duplicate efforts. Each institution assigned with responsibilities through the National Council led by the President, Xiomara Castro, we need to learn in conjunction with, jointly with all the institutions, we need to support the state, the decision of leaving the country. It is according to what we have signed as signatories of the United Nations agreements or protocol. So we are having this communication and sensitization, and we are learning to put into practice what we have learned. We have inaugurated a center for migrants with an approach of human rights in Danli. There is a good assistance. People are not just sleeping in the open space, but there is a process and they have conditions. And in that sense, we have great physical infrastructure to support, to assist the irregular migrants who have decided to use in their routes, in their transit routes, they have decided to go through these migration centers. And for the state and the army, this is increasingly clearer. This hemispheric meeting, it is important to say that the international community must invest more in continuous training and the development of the capabilities of the staff in an efficient way and respectful way. And this investment will ensure that the staff is very well prepared to manage complex and changing situations in the migration realm. We as armed forces, when we have Honduran data in our case, out of 5 Hondurans, there is one with a family nexus with a migrant who left the country. Therefore, we make a referral. We may say that out of 5, every 5 soldiers, there is one with a relative who left the country looking for a better way of life. There is a situation favoring us to interpret the communication they have with their relatives, and this will allow them to identify themselves with the situation of the migrant in transit from other latitudes and who have faced or they had to go through our country. Thank you. I hope I didn't speak so fast, but time was very important. I know we are all willing to congratulate each other when we close this meeting. Thank you, my dear Colonel. If there are space for questions and answers, I'm willing. Thank you, Dr. Garcia Calderon. Well, it was, though you were very fast, the challenges are very clear, and also the lessons learned of our brother country in relation to migration flows. We have several questions from the audience, both virtually and presentially, through our YouTube channels, but unfortunately, due to time reasons, we cannot do it. Dr. Omar Andres Garcia Calderon, on behalf of the Inter-American Defense Corps and the audience in this seminar in the Hemisphere, we want to thank you, your time, and your sharing with the lessons learned in our country regarding this topic. Thank you so much, and we wish you success in your work as a professor and in your roles.
A continuación, es un honor
Next,
presentar
I'm
desde
honored to
Colombia,
present
ya se encuentra
from
por
Colombia,
razones de compromiso con la
due
JIT,
to its
al
commitments with the
mayor
IADB,
brigadero
Mayor Brigadeiro do Ar from the Air Force of Brazil, Flavio Luis de Oliveira Pinto,
director general de la
the General
Secretaría de la
Director
República
of the
Interamericana
Secretary
de
of the
Defensa.
IADB.
El mayor brigadero Duar,
Mayor Brigadeiro do Ar, Luis de Oliveira Pinto, has more than 40 years of service for the Brazilian Air Force. He is a specialist in logistics, project management, and international relations. He has a master in security, defense, and integration by the IADB-En in Venezuela. He directed very important projects, and he was a commander of the air base of Galeão, where he supervised the logistical support and operational support to national and international events. With us, the General Brigadeiro Flavio.
Senhoras e senhores, boa tarde. É com satisfação que lhes agradeço pela valiosa
With
participação.
satisfaction, I appreciate the conduction of this seminar of migratory flows in the hemisphere. The event gathered a lot of entities from different countries for a discussion of the main challenges by promoting an environment of dialogue and the best practices adopted by the armed forces with regards to migratory flows, emphasizing the importance of a coordinated action and between the institutions with other countries. Very critical situations were addressed for immigration and the paper of the role of the armed forces that facilitate an orderly management and humanitarian management, highlighting the needs of cooperation between nations and armed forces of security to improve the response capacity in order to respond to this very growing impact. Therefore, the IADB reaffirms the commitment of continue to promote this integration being consolidated as an essential space for dialogue. So then we are hoping to strengthen our common understanding and to be aligned for the challenges, the immigration challenges. We also appreciate our presenters. They have been sharing their knowledge and experiences. Thank you very much.
Con las palabras de clausura del señor Mayor Brigadeiro
With the
Duar,
closing words
Fuerza
of
Aérea Brasileña,
Mayor
Flavio
Brigadeiro
Luis
Duar,
de
Flavio Luis de Oliveira Pinto,
director general de la
General
Secretaría de la Junta
Director
Interamericana
of
de
the
Defensa,
IADB,
damos por finalizada la
we
transmisión del seminario
conclude the
Flujos
transmission of the
Migratorios en el
seminar on
Hemisferio.
migratory flows in the
Esperamos haya
hemisphere.
sido de
We
su
expect
completo
that
agrado.
we
Los
hope that this
invitamos
was
cordialmente
valuable for
a
you.
inscribirse en nuestro próximo
Also, we
evento, que
invite
será
you to our
el
next
11
event,
de
which
diciembre,
will be on
Seminario
December
Virtual de
11,
Derechos
our
Humanos y
virtual
Derechos
seminar on
Internacionales
human rights and
en
international
operaciones
humanitarian rights
militares,
in
que
military
desarrollará la Junta
operations that will
Interamericana de
be
Defensa
developed by the
a través de
IADB
nuestra página
through
web.
our
Los
webpage.
certificados de participación
The
de este
certificates of
seminario serán
participation
enviados a
for
la
this
brevedad
seminar
a
will
los
be
correos
sent briefly to
electrónicos
the
de
emails
inscripción, adjuntando una encuesta de
and
satisfacción
attaching
que pedimos
a survey,
amablemente
satisfaction
les
survey.
las
And we
puedan
kindly
enviar
ask you to send that in order to
productos de mejor
present you
calidad
with
en
products
el
with better
futuro a
quality in the
través de
future
nuestro proceso
through
de
our
mejora
process
continua.
of continuous
Me
improvement.
permito concluir este
I
seminario
will
de
conclude
flujos
this seminar
migratorios en el
of
hemisferio
migratory flows
con la
in the
siguiente
hemisphere with the
reflexión.
following
La
thoughts.
migración es una realidad compleja,
Migration is a
más
very
allá
complex
de un
reality that
movimiento de
goes
personas.
beyond a movement
Es
of
una
people.
búsqueda de
It is a search for
oportunidades,
dignity,
un futuro mejor.
opportunities, and a better
Como
future.
bien señaló el
As
escritor y
was highlighted by the writer and activist Eduardo Galeano, I quote, "The reality cannot be seen with the eyes, it is seen by the soul."
frente a este fenómeno, nuestra
So facing this phenomena, our responsibility from the defense approach is to guarantee that our policies are not only protecting the borders, but also promoting human security, respect to the rights, and the integration of migrants. Only by understanding migration as a joint challenge, humanitarian challenge, we can strengthen the stability, the prosperity of our countries. I repeat again my thanks for the interpreters, for the IT team, for the organizers as well of this very important event, which provides a holistic perspective of how we are doing right now with regards to the migratory flows in the hemisphere. Again, also thank you to all of the presenters that have shared with us their experiences and knowledges. And very especially, I want to thank the more than 4,000 friends from the audience that have made themselves present of approximately 38 countries. This means that the commitment that we have at the hemisphere level is a reality, and that joined together, we can solve and find solutions together. IADB, promoting and strengthening the trust in hemisphere security. Thank you very much. See you next time. It has been a pleasure.